Prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King, to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Honorable members, as it is our custom, we pay tribute to former members of this assembly who have passed since we last met. Mr. Neville S. Roper served as the Alberta Social Credit Member for Ponoka from 1967 to 1971. Prior to his service as member, Mr. Roper served his country during the Second World War in the Royal Canadian Air Force. He was first elected to public office in 1953 as a councillor in Rimbey, and then as mayor from 1960 to 1966, and again from 1972 to 1977. Mr. Roper was involved in numerous boards and associations, including the Union of Alberta Municipalities, the Rimbey Municipal Hospital Board, and the Royal Canadian Legion. He spoke with pride of his advocacy for senior citizens, for the Senior Citizen Lodge in Rimbey in 1971, and continued with his community support into his 90s, volunteering to drive residents and seniors in wheelchairs to and from their appointments using the Rimbey Community Van. He received the Queen Elizabeth II Golden Jubilee Medal in 2002. Mr. Roper passed away on August 28, 2023, at the age of 101. In a moment of silent prayer, I ask you that remember Neville S. Roper, each as you may have known him. Rest eternal. Grant unto him, O Lord, and let light perpetual shine upon him. Members, it being the first sitting day of the week, we will now be led in the singing of our national anthem by Ms. Marie Hill and her daughter, Nora Hill. I invite you to join in the language of your choice. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors.
Honorable members, we all owe a great debt of gratitude to the family members of those who have served this assembly. And today we paid tribute to former member Neville Roper, and it is my honor to introduce members of Neville's family who are joining us in the speakers gallery today. I ask them to rise and remain standing. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Roper's daughter, Lisa Madsen, grandson Kelly and Dane Madsen, and great-grandson Jacob Anderson. Please receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Introduction of guests.
It's also my pleasure to introduce our anthem singers this afternoon. Marie Hill and her daughter, Nora Hill, have been lifelong Edmontonians and have a deep, deep love for music. You may catch Nora singing her heart out, the Citadel's Christmas Carol playing this season. Marie has sung the anthem at Rogers Place a number of times, at Commonwealth Stadium for football games. They're happy to share their love of country through song today. I ask them to rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly. Also joining us, it is my pleasure to introduce members of the public service joining us in the gallery today. They are participating in a full-day public service orientation program which explores legislative, budgetary, and committee processes, enabling each participant to apply this knowledge to their role in the public service. I ask that you all rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly. There are also a number of school groups joining us, and I'll call upon the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park to introduce the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce the students and staff from Mills Haven, where I attended kindergarten in the great community of Sherwood Park. Please rise and receive the warm welcome from the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you Mr. Hodgkinson's grade 6 class from St. Bonaventure School in Beverly Clareview. They are here with their teacher, parent, volunteers, and staff for school at the legislature. And I was so happy to spend some time with them this morning. Great questions. I'd ask them to rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable the Minister of Arts, Culture, and the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege to rise today and introduce to you and through you and to all members of the Legislative Assembly, my mom, Josie Furr, friends and constituents Lyle Rowe and Diana Rowe, and friend Kathy Harbison. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Leduc Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce to you and through you Mr. Charlie Brito, current board member of the Alberta Craft Distillers Association, as well as prominent brewery and business owners in the Leduc area, Lynn Schrader, Lorraine Schrader, Eric Schrader, and Michelle Schwengler. I ask them to rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Banff Kananaskis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure today to introduce to you and through you former MLA for Banff Cochrane, Cam Westhead, and he's brought with him a whole slew of nurses: Mary Rose, Brooke, Victoria, Beth, Melissa, Jackie, Edith Rose, James, Jane, Tony, Leanne, Katarina, Melinda. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Camrose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce to you and through you and to all members of the Assembly my guests, Diane Damon, Dorothy Fisher, Odette Diane, and Julia Fatham. They are joining us from the Alberta Women's Institute. I'd like them to please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Wapiti. The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Wapiti. You have a guest? The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce to you and through you the remainder of the nurses who are joining us here in the gallery today. Jerry, Paul, Stephanie, Opa, Gladys, Colleen, Wanda, Anahi, Janet, Margaret, Roseanne, Tracy, and Devon. I ask them to rise, receive the warm welcome of this House, and our deep thanks for their courageous work on the front lines of our healthcare system.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Acadia. Calgary Acadia, do you have an introduction today? No. Are there any other introductions? The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. With me, I've got Chief Danny Gaudette of Delaney-Gotine, and he's a government chief and with the government of Northwest Territories, and is Danny's business partner and former mayor of Tuktoyaktuk, Mervyn Grubin. Please rise and receive your own welcome.
Calgary Bennington. No, correction. Calgary, I'm sorry. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and to introduce to you and through you and to all members of this House my daughter, Anna. She is a dedicated student, volunteer, and gives me hope for the future of Alberta. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of this House.
Are there others? Seeing none, the clerk.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, November 19th, marked Women's Entrepreneurship Day, celebrating the ambition, triumphs, and invaluable contributions of women entrepreneurs in our province. Their perseverance, innovation, and determination have not only shaped our economy, but have also significantly influenced our community's growth and prosperity. Empowering women in our economy is a blueprint for a thriving Alberta. My colleague, the Minister of Arts, Culture and the Status of Women, has a clear mandate to support Alberta's women. Our efforts are resolute, backed by initiatives like the Women's Hub and online resource directory, providing vital support and information. Through scholarships like STEM, Women in STEM, and Person's Case, we're fostering an environment that encourages women to excel in fields traditionally dominated by men. But it doesn't end there. Through the Ministry of Jobs, Economy and Trade, our government offers strategic investments and partnerships designed to empower women in our workforce. The Workforce Strategies, Workforce Partnership Grants, and Self-Employment Program, where women constitute a significant percentage, are testaments of our commitment towards enabling women to reach new heights of success. Our Alberta at Work initiative, with an investment of $700 million, ensures that women have equitable access to the resources and skills needed for fulfilling careers and meaningful contributions to our diverse economy. We are seeing a dramatic rise in women-owned businesses in Alberta. The wage gap is closing for women in our province, and more women are entering fields of study and employment that they are traditionally underrepresented in. I encourage all Albertans not only to applaud these incredible women entrepreneurs, but to actively support their businesses. Investing in women-owned enterprises not only fosters economic growth, but also inspires future generations of women leaders. As we celebrate Women's Entrepreneurship Day, let us renew our commitment to creating an environment where women thrive, excel, and lead, shaping a brighter and more inclusive future for Alberta. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on Transgender Day of Remembrance to speak directly to Albertans who are two-spirit, transgender, non-binary, and gender diverse. Your existence is not an ideology, nor is it a debate. It is an undeniable reality. Your rights are human rights, and the Alberta NDP stands with you always. Transphobia is on the rise across Canada, and we must be bold in our actions of allyship. We know that transgender and gender-diverse individuals are 5 times more likely to attempt suicide. And in 2023, 320 transgender and gender-diverse people at least were murdered. Many transgender individuals have unmet health care needs as a result of a lack of access to quality, affirming, affordable care. Demonstrations of hate targeting transgender and gender-diverse people are becoming more common. We have leaders across the country devaluing transgender people through their words and through their actions, and simultaneously voting to adopt policies that would put already vulnerable youth at further risk. This government and the Premier fail to unequivocally condemn this hate and is therefore normalizing this intolerance. The Premier will soon be sitting down with Tucker Carlson, who emboldens this kind of hateful ideology and weaponizes misinformation. Carlson once referred to trans and gender-diverse people as, quote, the natural enemy. It is shameful for him, for any Albertan or any Canadian to attempt to eradicate the human rights and dignity of others through such hateful rhetoric, and we cannot ignore the harm it brings. Mr. Speaker, as members of the community with the honour and privilege of sitting in this House, we must be steadfast and resolute in protecting the rights and dignity of each and every Albertan, ensuring a true sense of belonging, especially if they choose to call this province home. Each member of this House has a responsibility to build a safe and inclusive community.
The Honourable Member for Grande Prairie Wapiti. for Grand Prairie Wapiti.
Mr. Speaker, the results are in. We've scored a big win for Alberta, and it's about time. The Supreme Court told Ottawa and the Prime Minister that they went too far with a law that tried to push on us. Some folks even nicknamed it the No More Pipelines Act. Imagine that, a law that would have hurt Albertans, killed jobs and growth in our province. From the get-go, our team, the UCP, believed that this law wasn't playing fair with Alberta. Yes, we're all for taking care of our environment. We love our majestic landscapes. We want to protect them for future generations. But we also want to make sure that we make our own decisions. After all, it's Albertans who know best what's best for our province. Big kudos to our UCP government. We went toe-to-toe with this law, fighting for our province's rights. Now we see the results of that fight, and the victory is for all of us. This win isn't just about one law. It sends a message loud and clear to Ottawa saying, hey, remember, we're a team. Every team member has a voice. You can't make all the calls without listening to us. Every province in Canada is unique with its own strengths, challenges, and needs. We need to be respected, heard, and considered on the big national decisions. What's great about this law is it's not just good news for Alberta, it's good news for all provinces. It's the Supreme Court's way of saying that the folks in Ottawa can't always tell the rest of us what to do for good reason. We took on a big challenge, stood firm what we believed was right, and got the support of the highest court in the land. This is a proud moment. As we move forward, let's remember this win and use it as fuel to keep pushing what's best for Alberta. Cheers to us, cheers to Alberta, and let's keep the spirit alive.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Acadia.
So today, November 20th, is recognized as National Child Day. This day celebrates the rights of children, specifically children's rights to be heard, where they're both given the space to be heard but also to be understood. The right to be protected from harm and the right to have their basic needs met. Things like shelter, food, clean air. Today also serves as a reminder to all of us and to the rest of society of the responsibility to ensure that these rights are being met. So how are we doing here in Alberta today, protecting children? Well, we're in the middle of a housing crisis, with a government that funds mats on the floors instead of permanent affordable housing. We're in the middle of a mental health crisis, where the UCP ignore evidence-based harm reductive initiatives, leading to tragic loss of lives. A healthcare crisis, where this government has decided to blame the consequences of their short-sighted decisions on the very same people who fought for us during the pandemic. A government slow to respond to an E. coli crisis that impacted hundreds of children and families, many of whom are still suffering. Food insecurity is at an all-time high, and this government brags about increasing funding to food banks instead of addressing the root cause. Oh yeah, and clean air. This past summer was the worst wildfire season on record, but this government again ignores the science and sets Albertans up for an even more terrible season this summer. On this day of National Children's Day, let's again recall our responsibilities and put the rights of children above partisan concerns, above ideologies. When I stand in this chamber next National Child Day, I truly hope that I have a much better report to share. Thank you.
Let's go to QP. Honourable members, the time is now 1:50, and that makes it oral question period. And the leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition has the call.
Mr. Speaker, the Manning Report, the partisan Manning Report, includes several alarming recommendations for managing public emergencies, including the so-called non-scientific evidence be balanced against peer-reviewed medical science. Given the Premier's own erratic history of promoting quack theories during a health crisis, this recommendation is troubling. So to the Premier, does she still believe that horse dewormer is a valid treatment for COVID, and does she plan to make similar recommendations as a treatment for future health emergencies?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear the honourable member hasn't read the report. No surprise there. What the panel is simply asking us to do is to make sure that we look at all of the consequences if there ever is a decision for future lockdowns. Dr. Ari Jaffe is one of the experts that was quoted. He, as early as 2020, was talking about undiagnosed cancers, undiagnosed stroke, undiagnosed heart disease, mental health, addiction. He was talking about the impact children would have on learning loss. All of those things have to be factored in, and we absolutely will next time.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
He was talking about cancer. She was talking about blaming cancer victims. But another recommendation was that the courts vet emergency management orders before they're adopted. Legal experts have already noted that this kind of requirement would paralyze the government from taking timely and effective action in the midst of an emergency. So to the Premier, for a government that constantly complains about so-called red tape, why would she impose the most onerous form of red tape at a time when Albertans need their government to act as fast as possible to save lives and livelihoods?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's 90 recommendations, and we're going to sift through them, and then we'll determine which ones to adopt. But what I like about the approach that we take with other emergencies is that when an emergency hits, like the fires, and we needed to establish emergency measures, we had an emergency management committee of cabinet that convened and met every single day throughout the month of May, making sure that we were constantly up to date on what was happening and also able to make decisions quickly. That's the model we should pursue in future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the report also calls for public education to be given the highest priority in an emergency, and I couldn't actually agree more. However, forcing teachers and students into unsafe conditions is the most dangerous way to achieve this objective. So why won't the Premier acknowledge this government's failures during the pandemic re-education and instead build schools, improve current schools, reduce class sizes, and invest in school-based mental health so that we can actually support kids during the next crisis?
The Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are building schools. They didn't. We are investing in mental health in schools. They didn't. We do have $820 million that is going to be invested in the classroom as school boards have decided what their priorities are. They didn't do that either. When it comes right down to it, Mr. Speaker, we know that we are dealing with learning loss in schools because of the in and out and up and down and not sure whether or not they were going to be online or not, and we can't continue to do that to our kids. We have to make sure that priority is given to education.
Right. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
Last week, the Alberta NDP hosted an in-person town hall to discuss the UCP's risky plan to gamble away Albertans' pensions. Nearly 500 folks showed up, and almost everyone wants Alberta to keep the CPP. Now, while he won't meet with people in person, Jim Dinning will periodically offer up random comments on the phone. Last week, he acknowledged that the UCP's plan is not a risk-free proposition. So to the Premier, why won't she drop this risky plan?
The Honourable the Premier has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are doing what Albertans asked us to do through the Fair Deal panel process, where we went and we did the work. We hired LifeWork to do their report. They went through systematically looking at how Albertans overpay year after year after year. Those dollars get invested into a fund, compound over time, and it's why we're now entitled, under their formula, to 53% of the assets. This is the information that we have put out there so people understand just how much Albertans are overpaying. Looking forward to seeing the Finance Minister come back with her alternative calculation.
Right. The Leader of the Opposition.
Premier's Finance Minister lifted the veil just a bit when he told the Calgary Chamber that his task was to sell the UCP pension plan. Problem is, he's spending $7.5 million to promote a plan full of fake numbers. If we had real consumer protection laws in this province, this government's ads would be breaching them. Why won't the Premier stop spending millions in Albertans' money to sell them on a risky plan they don't want?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet another report that the member opposite hasn't read, and I directed her last time we spoke to go to the appendix in the Life Work report where it goes through and it sees year after year after year how much Albertans pay in, how much our seniors receive in benefits. I believe last year, if my memory serves, we had $9 billion worth of premiums that Albertans paid, $6 billion worth of benefits paid to our seniors, which means we are subsidizing the program $3 billion a year. This is information Albertans need to have to know whether or not they want to continue.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, those numbers have been completely debunked. Here are the facts. We don't actually have solid numbers. Therefore, we don't have a solid plan, and we don't have anyone who has an actual problem with CPP. But this government won't stop wasting millions promoting a plan no one wants. What we do have, though, is a cost of living crisis, a housing crisis, a healthcare crisis. Why won't the Premier stop threatening Albertans' retirement security and focus on the things that really matter to them?
Yes. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Albertans wish the member opposite would stand up for Albertans for a change rather than take marching orders from the federal NDP leader. The one thing that is driving the affordability crisis, as we know, is the carbon tax, which they implemented, we tried to get rid of, and her federal leader won't let us do it. If they had just agreed to eliminate the carbon tax, it would reduce inflation 16%, which means we wouldn't have to see an increase in interest rates, which means people could afford to buy a house as well. Maybe she should stand up for Alberta.
Order, order, order. The member for Calgary Elbow.
Mr. Speaker, leaving CPP and establishing an Alberta pension plan seems to have as much popular support as a skunk at a garden party. What? That's not me talking, but rather longtime Calgary businessman George Brookman. He added his voice last week to the growing chorus from the business community that thinks gambling CPP is, well, bad for business. Can the Premier...
Order. The only one with the call is the member for Calgary Elbow.
Can the Premier, for the record in this House, name one business person who thinks this is a good idea? If she can't, why are we pressing ahead with this plan which stinks so
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing that is being plowed ahead, as the member opposite said, is us having this conversation with Albertans. It's a live conversation. The federal minister has said that they're going to come back to us with their own actuarial analysis involving the chief actuary, involving the help of their department, and we can continue to have this conversation with Albertans. If there's updated numbers, that'll be brought to them, and we'll look at that with the fullness of everything and in a good faith conversation.
The order, the Honourable Member for Calgary Elbow.
Mr. Speaker, I really don't understand why we can't have simple answers to simple questions. This is people's retirement security we're talking about here. We have heard from 37,000 Albertans through our survey on pensions at albertasfuture.ca, and their message is crystal clear. The UCP needs to keep its hands off CPP. 90% of respondents have said they don't support gambling CPP away. Can the Premier tell this House how many emails and phone calls she has received about gambling or CPP?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to listen to Albertans. I believe that the telephone town halls led by Mr. Dinning and the team, I think they've reached out to over 62,000 Albertans by now. The next telephone town hall is this week for Central Alberta, where they'll continue to have that conversation. I do not get why any Albertan wouldn't want to continue to have this conversation. It's something that is very live. It has the potential to impact every Alberta family, every Alberta business, and our economy overall. Why would we be scared of having that conversation?
The order. The member for Calgary Elbow.
Again, this government is gambling away pensions and they can't even answer basic questions. The man at the head of this pension gambling plot, Jim Dinning, admitted last week that pulling out of the CPP is not risk-free. You know what is risk-free? The CPP. It's been there for decades. It's reliable and world-renowned. Albertans have retired with dignity for 60 years because of the CPP. Albertans have spoken. They want to stay in the CPP. Why isn't anybody over there listening?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, the President of Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to have this conversation with Albertans. There's risk in everything, even for a skunk at a garden party. They got to watch themselves, Mr. Speaker. But I think what we're committed is having that conversation with Albertans. If the information changes, so will the conversation with Albertans. Once again, something that the LifeWorks report said could impact the Alberta economy overall by $5 billion annually. Every Alberta family, every Alberta business. When affordability is a main concern, why wouldn't it warrant fair consideration?
Honourable Member for Calgary Varsity is next.
Albertans know this Premier wants them to pay to see a family doctor. Now she's appointed Lyle Oberg to lead AHS, someone with a legacy of wanting Albertans to pay for medical services. He co-chaired the report that stated, quote, true consumer health insurance must become a reality. But while it stated alternative methods of paying for non-essential services should be provided, it called many essential services non-essential. Will the Premier say she agrees? Or
the Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Oberg is the right person for this task. He has vast experience providing care as a physician of 12 years in rural Alberta, in addition to his experience in governance and executive management. He understands firsthand the issues that our valuable healthcare providers are facing in delivering the vital services all Albertans need and deserve. Back when Alberta moved to a central model 15 years ago, he had concerns for rural Alberta, Mr. Speaker, and you know what? He was right.
Hear, hear. The Honourable the Member for Calgary Varsity.
Some of the non-essential services that Oberg thought Albertans should pay for included routine mammograms, prostate cancer screening, and ultrasound for pregnant women. On this side of the House, we think that mammograms, cancer screenings, and ultrasounds are essential services and no one should have to pay out of pocket. Will the Premier commit here and now that no Albertan will ever have to pay for these critical screenings and examinations?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear, the Premier has been very, very clear that we made a public health care guarantee to Albertans. That means no one will ever have to pay out of pocket for a visit to a doctor or for hospital services, and that is not changing. Mr. Speaker, this is not about privatization. This is about refocusing the system to make it more effective, more efficient, more timely, and more available to citizens of Alberta right across the province.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Varsity.
Albertans don't trust this government on health care. They don't trust this Premier who has advocated for decades that Albertans should pay to see a doctor, or Oberg, who had advocated to pay for essential services. Today, the UCP will face a choice. The member for Calgary Northeast bill comes up for a vote. Bill 201 will protect Albertans from ever having to pay to see a doctor. If the Premier is serious that she no longer wants to charge Albertans for basic care, will she commit and will she vote for Bill 201, yes or no?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, again, we have been extremely clear. No one will ever have to pay for an insured service by a physician. Mr. Speaker, we can't be more clear than that. Public health care, publicly funded, will continue. This is about refocusing and making sure that we're actually getting the services that Albertans need, where they need it, when they need it.
The member for Calgary Glenmore is next.
On Friday, the finance minister told a room full of business leaders that the renewable sector was actually expecting his government's 7-month ban on new projects. This came as a shock to many in the room, especially those working in renewables who were never consulted, despite documents showing the UCP started planning to shut down the industry right after the election. Will the minister take this opportunity to correct the record and admit that this moratorium is hurting the renewable sector?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I said at the Calgary Chamber, that, Alberta, who I think was responsible for 3/4 of all of the renewable projects that were built in Canada the year before last, and currently has 40,000 megawatts in front of the queue, that the people that I'd spoken to that there wasn't a lack of certainty, that they knew that the moratorium would be lifted in January, and that they expect that there's going to be changes brought in that will make a lot of sense for baseload power, dispatchable power, and renewable.
The honourable member for Calgary-Glenmore.
Given that the minister also said his government's renewables ban isn't having an impact on investor confidence, and given that renewable companies have shared the negative impacts this is having on their business, and given that one Alberta-based company said they do have growth plans in Alberta but cannot justify them right now, instead they will, quote, spend our time and effort elsewhere. Will the government admit that shutting down an entire industry for 7 months without warning is creating uncertainty in investments and jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
For the question. The government is addressing a long-standing problem within the industry where land use has been looked at and been concern of rural municipalities for over a decade. We're addressing those issues, and we're addressing the issues comprehensively from the beginning all the way through the process, including our potential market corrections, to make sure that we can provide for Alberta reliable, dependable, and affordable electricity. We're doing the work the NDP failed to do, and we're going to answer that question for Albertans.
The honourable member for Calgary-Glenmore.
Given that Albertans are facing massive increases to their power bills due to few companies using their market power to drive up power prices, and given that the finance minister also said these companies are at risk of going out of business as early as next year, and given that the Premier has said she wants to, quote, de-risk natural gas generation even as these companies see massive profits and Albertans face massive bills, will the minister promise that not a single taxpayer dollar will go towards these companies driving up Albertans' power bills?
The Honourable Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Mr. Speaker, we are looking at the market to make sure that all market behaviour is according to Alberta laws, and where we need to correct Alberta laws, we are looking at that too. That's why we've asked not only the Alberta Electric Systems Operator to review the market and market structure, but we've asked the Market Surveillance Administrator to review all market practices so that we can protect Albertans from price spikes. The good news is since August, the price of electricity in Alberta is less than half than what it was then, and it's expected to continue to go down.
Hear, hear.
Member for Vermilion Lloydminster Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albertans deserve to have access to top-tier health care, and I know that is something this government is committed to. With continued investments in capital, this government is making moves to bring top-tier health care to Albertans. Last week, we saw an opening of a new state-of-the-art emergency department at the Miscordia Community Hospital, a crucial step in meeting the health care needs of communities in and around Edmonton. Can the minister please explain how this $85 million project, especially the facility design, will alleviate wait times in the Edmonton area?
Good question. The order. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, ensuring top-tier health care is a priority for this government, and we know that wait times are too long. With strategic investments, including the new emergency department at Misericordia Community Hospital, our government is taking decisive steps to address wait times. The facility's design, facilitating more than double the patient capacity of the original department, is specifically tailored to streamline patient flow, enhance efficiency, and ensure timely care responses. These critical design elements will work to directly address and alleviate the long-standing challenge at wait times in Edmonton areas.
The Honourable Member for Vermilion Lloydminster Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that this facility is set to significantly increase capacity, addressing long-standing concerns about wait times, giving Edmontonians peace of mind that they will receive timely treatment for an emergency, and given that additional improvements such as enhanced patient flow, privacy, and integration of advanced technology will ensure that healthcare providers are able to provide the best care possible. Can the minister please explain how these enhancements will benefit patients beyond the increased capacity?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you again for the question. Beyond the needed increase in the capacity, the new emergency department brings numerous benefits for the patients. The redesigned space promotes more efficient patient flow, ensuring a smoother journey from registration to discharge. Patients will now experience enhanced privacy in treatment areas, and there's a dedicated mental health area integrated into the emergency department, providing much-needed comprehensive care. Additionally, advancements like integrated radiology and laboratory areas, additional isolation spaces for future medical needs, and the incorporation of new technologies will contribute to a more effective...
The Honourable Member for Million Lloydminster Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that innovation has always been a priority for this government and that finding ways to make health care better is top of mind, and given that the Minister has provided an insightful overview of the benefits extended to patients from the new emergency department's design, including enhanced efficiency and integrated care spaces, can the Minister delve further into how these advancements, particularly in technology, align with the government's commitment to improve patient care and overall efficiency in the Misericordia Community Hospital's emergency department?
Good question. Innovation is indeed a top priority for our government, especially in healthcare. The advancements in technology, as highlighted in the new emergency department's design, align seamlessly with our commitment to improving patient care and overall efficiency at Misericordia Hospital. And from wireless cardiac monitors to advanced ultrasound machines, these technologies enhance diagnostic capabilities, ensuring our dedication to providing high-quality healthcare services to all Albertans. This investment reflects our ongoing efforts to foster efficiency and effectiveness in delivering the best possible care. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to this.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South is next.
Students are dealing with an affordability crisis. We've seen reports from them being forced to skip meals, live in their cars, because they can't afford a place to live. This is unacceptable. There are currently 13,000 student loan applications in queue. That's right, 13,000. I've heard from students that are considering withdrawing from their studies because they don't have an update on their applications. To the Minister, why must students have to sacrifice their education due to...
The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our student aid programs help a wide range of students across all forms of post-secondary education. These programs are continuously reviewed to ensure investments in student supports, to make sure that they're effective, that they reduce financial barriers and support economic growth. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 provided $1.1 billion in Alberta student loans to help 131,000 students, $112 million in scholarships and awards to 57,000 students.
Here.
Wow. Member for Edmonton South.
Given that students put their trust in the government to support them through Alberta Student Aid, and given that more students are being forced to take additional student loans while this government piles additional costs onto them for electricity, to car insurance, tuition, and more. Given that I was joined last week by Arush Bhatt, a second-year University of Alberta student, forced to reduce his course load and move off campus because this government's budget cuts. To the Minister, why is the government turning its back on our future leaders like Arush?
The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government is committed to ensuring post-secondary education is accessible and affordable for all who pursue it. That's why in Budget 2023 we capped tuition for domestic students at public institutions at 2% at the institution level from 2024-25 onwards. We reduced the interest rate on student loans to the prime rate, and we extended the student loan grace period from 6 to 12 months.
Good job.
Member for Edmonton South.
Given that, as of today, Alberta Student Aid has only processed applications submitted between September 1st and 8th of 2023, and given that we are nearly through the fall semester and students don't have word on whether their education is actually going to be covered, and given that I was joined last week by Haroon Ali, a student forced to take a payday loan due to a shortfall in student aid, listen closely, Minister. I'm going to share your answer with all students suffering under this government. How did this government let this situation get so bad?
Order. The Honourable the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's been an unprecedented year. Alberta Student Aid faced an increase in the volume of students applying for funding with over 4,000 more applications compared to the previous year. Additionally, the application process opened slightly later than usual, and as a result, processing delays have occurred due to higher application volumes and the shorter time frames available for processing. Despite these challenges, our team is working diligently to address the number of applications in the queue, and they are almost complete.
Well done. The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar has a question to ask.
On Saturday, the Premier stated that one reason Bill 8 is essential is because she was unable to accept free hockey tickets from the NHL Commissioner for the Heritage Classic. She said, quote, "I wasn't going to go to a hockey game if I was only going to spend 20 minutes at it." Aww. And while I'm sure the members of the UCP are outraged that the Premier was unable to attend the Heritage Classic for free, 55,000 people attended the game and paid for their own tickets. Albertans can't afford rent or groceries. Can the Minister explain why he's getting free tickets for his boss?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Our government is taking steps to meet the challenges of today and move into the future times. These changes, Mr. Speaker, reflect what we've heard from Albertans all across this province. Albertans want a government that is responsive to their needs, that meets their challenges, and that is listening to all of them. Elected representatives, this government at the very minimum is there for Albertans, will continue to be there for Albertans. It is what Albertans just asked for in the mandate, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Given that Gary Bettman isn't an Albertan, and given that Albertans are struggling with the cost of living, overcrowded classrooms, no family doctors or access to primary health care, but the priority of this government is getting more luxurious gifts from lobbyists and special interests. And given that the Premier actually said that the inability to give her gifts was, quote, actually interfering with the ability of myself and our ministers to be able to do our work. Given that as Minister, I was able to do the job without gifts, why can't
the Honourable the Minister? Order! The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure where that member hails from, but the Oilers are Albertan, Mr. Speaker. We are updating the Act to ensure that it provides clarity and remains current. We're also making sure that the laws governing members reflect the current state of affairs and the times that we live in. Other provinces have already moved to make sure that their laws are in align with 2023 and today's environment. Alberta is no exception, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to represent the Albertans of today and the future. They can continue to live in the past, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable the Member.
Given that this government is laser focused on getting more gifts for more money rather than on helping Albertans pay the rent or put food on their tables, and given that neither the Premier nor any member opposite told Albertans that they were campaigning on making it easier for them to accept these expensive gifts, and given that the Minister wouldn't have his job if the Premier had been upfront about her plan to line her own pockets during the campaign, will he just stop the gravy train and withdraw this selfish, entitled piece of legislation?
Order. The honourable members will come to order. A point of order is noted at 2:17. The Minister of Justice.
Speaker, once again, nothing could be further from the truth here. The Conflict of Interest Act still governs all of the members of this House, and the Ethics Commissioner will continue to ensure that the Act is followed. What we're doing here is making sure that the Act reflects the current demands of today and in the future. Unlike the NDP, Mr. Speaker, this government will continue to be focused on moving forward. I'm not quite sure why the members opposite are so opposed.
Order. The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm not sure why the members opposite are so opposed to innovation. But then again, they seem to be holding on to things that are long, long past their due date, Mr. Speaker.
The order. The honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka has a question.
Mr. Speaker, Gull Lake is the oldest provincial park in the province and is home to many lakeshore communities, including 3,000 residences and over 2,000 camping lots. Gull Lake has been a destination for young and old since 1895. But, Mr. Speaker, Gull Lake has a problem. Since lake stabilization measures were ceased in 2011, the lake is drying up. Given how important the lake is to the surrounding community and province, to the Minister of the Environment, have you identified the current state of Gull Lake as a priority for your department?
The Honourable the Minister of Environment and Protected Areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for that great question. Gull Lake is absolutely a summertime favourite for many families across central Alberta. Like most lakes in central Alberta and across our province, Gull Lake's water levels are mainly based on how much precipitation we get. Many parts of the province have seen dry conditions in recent years, Mr. Speaker. However, my staff have been meeting regularly with the Gull Lake Watershed Society to find a solution. They're looking at regulatory approval and implementation of a proposed Prussian carp exclusion filtration system. The system could potentially help pump water into the lake while preventing this invasive species from entering from the Blind Man River.
The honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Minister. Given the lake is only 5.5 metres to begin with and loses more than 2 inches every season, given that in 1975 the Alberta government recognized the importance and succeeded in the stabilization of this lake, given that once again this lake is now unstable, harming critical habitat for local threatened species, including the western grebe, to the Minister of the Environment, is there a long-term plan to ensure that water levels don't continue to recede?
The Honourable the Minister of Environment and Protected Areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Staff from Environment and Protected Areas have met and continue to meet with our local partners on a solution. They're exploring the impacts that pumping water from the Blind Man River would have on Gull Lake's water levels. As I noted, Mr. Speaker, this is a challenging situation. We also have to ensure that Prussian carp aren't introduced into Gull Lake, but the Blind Man River is currently under a water shortage advisory as well. With low water levels, pumping may be limited in the coming years if we don't get more rain and snow. This is a challenging issue, Mr. Speaker, but staff from my ministry, as well as Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation, are working to help support a longer-term solution.
The honourable member.
There have been attempts to stop the lake from drying up by pumping water from the nearby Blind Man River, and given these effects have been halted due to concerns about invasive Prussian carp, and given that alternatives such as aquifer siphoning or the forced to pressurized water filtration system have been given a stamp of approval from Stantec, to the Minister, do you have a plan to consult with organizations like the Gull Lake Watershed Society to find a safe and long-term solution so we don't lose this valuable treasure?
The Honourable Minister.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for that question. I am happy to say that my staff are actively engaging with local stakeholders, including the Gull Lake Watershed Society. We do know that water management is a shared responsibility, Mr. Speaker, and we're working with those who live in the area and know this lake and watershed the best. As I've said, Prussian carp is an invasive species that is extremely hardy, reproduces rapidly, and once introduced are very hard to get rid of, Mr. Speaker. Since they're already in the Blind Man River, pumping water could propose a risk by introducing this invasive species into Gull Lake. That's why we're working with the Gull Lake Watershed Society and others on alternative like the carp exclusion filtration system.
The honourable member for Calgary-Klein has a question.
Today we honour transgender, two-spirit and non-binary people who have lost their lives in devastating acts of hate-motivated violence. In 2023, Transgender Day of Remembrance is especially sobering considering the rise of hate against 2S LGBTQIA folks. The Alberta NDP are committed to stopping the violence, hate and intolerance against gender-diverse communities. To any minister, what is the UCP doing to stem the rise of hate and criminal acts targeting members of the 2S LGBTQIA community? Please be specific.
The Honourable the Minister of Arts, Culture and the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no place for hate or intolerance in our province, and today, on Transgender Day of Remembrance, we pause to honour and remember those who tragically lost their lives to violence and prejudice, and we reflect on the realities many transgender individuals face both in Alberta, in Canada, and around the world. Today, we not only mourn these losses, but are reminded of our collective responsibility to continue the fight for acceptance, understanding, and equality.
The honourable member for Calgary-Klein.
No specifics, and that's a real shame from a government who just raised the flag on the legislature grounds this morning. Given that the Premier is welcoming with open arms her friend Tucker Carlson, a man who spews hateful rhetoric, lies, and has publicly bragged about his own acts of violence against the 2S LGBTQIA people, and given that hate speech incites hate crimes because we know that words have power, Mr. Speaker, will the minister do the right thing and use their voice to condemn the Premier welcoming her pal Tucker to spread more hate here?
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my mandate letter, I've been given a clear mandate to work and support with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Over the summer, I was able to attend many different Pride events in Central Alberta, Calgary, and Edmonton. I was happy that our government supported Calgary Pride through a Community Initiatives Program grant. And recently sat down and had a meeting with Calgary Pride, looking forward to continue the engagement and the dialogue.
Order. The honourable member for Calgary-Klein.
Given that 2S LGBTQIA Albertans are healthcare workers, teachers, activists, lawyers, elected officials, our friends, family, and loved ones, and given that they deserve a government that loves and accepts them while defending their human rights, but instead have had to listen to members of this legislature openly make hateful comments about 2S LGBTQIA people and cozy up to the alt-right, and given that the UCP has already rolled back human rights for queer and trans youth, will the minister admit...
Order. The honourable member.
Will the minister admit that to stop this hate, they need to look at themselves, their policies, and public figures they promote?
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to continuing to collaborate with the community when we're celebrating them as champions. Some example for this is our introduction of a specific category in the Stars of Alberta Volunteer Awards for those advocating for 2S LGBTQIA+ inclusion is a testament of that. We've put over $290,000 has been channeled towards 2S LGBTQIA+ initiatives in just the last 2 years, and our Premier's office also has a dedicated staff member focused on 2S LGBTQIA+ matters.
Order. Point of order is noted at 2:26. The honourable member for West Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, constituents are calling to tell me of criminal activity happening that highlights the need for robust measures against repeat offenders. The same criminals are committing the same crimes over and over and continue to put Albertans' safety at risk. My constituents understand that weak federal bail policies lead to the criminals being caught and released, but still want to know what our government is doing to fix it. Our government has brought in some policies, including a law targeting scrap metal thieves, which was struck down as intruding on federal jurisdiction, but Albertans want more. Can the minister tell my constituents what our government is doing to hold people accountable who have a lengthy history of criminal offences?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member for that question. Many Albertans have had a friend or a neighbour whose catalytic converter has been stolen, and this comes at a huge financial cost, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're reviewing the court's decision and we're assessing our position, but as it is within the appeal period, that is the furthest I can comment on that particular issue. The Premier, however, has tasked the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services and myself with developing and implementing a strategy to ensure violent criminals and gang members are detained and effectively prosecuted, and that's what we're going to do.
The order. The honourable member for West Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, given that last week I learned of an individual in West Yellowhead who was arrested and charged with 21 different firearm offences, and given that this individual was then released that same day on $100 bail, even though they already had 38 prior convictions, and given that my constituents and our law enforcement are getting tired of our police officers doing their job day in and day out, only to have the justice system continue to fail our communities, can the Minister of Justice inform the House on what steps our government is taking to protect citizens in my riding against dangerous repeat offenders like this?
The Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans absolutely deserve to feel safe in their communities and to be protected from repeat violent offenders. Putting the onus on violent offenders to prove why they should get bail keeps criminals accountable and it protects public safety, which is why we'll continue to put pressure on the federal government until substantial bail reform becomes law. We've also done away with the abhorrent triage practice, a disastrous NDP policy that saw victims of crime re-victimized over and over. We're going to continue to protect Albertans in every way possible.
Order, the honourable member for West Yellowhead.
Given that the federal government's soft on-crime policies towards repeat offenders, particularly Bill C-75, have created a justice system that is nothing more than a catch-and-release merry-go-round for criminals, and given that my constituents are becoming far too familiar with stories of stabbings, shootings, and murders, and given that our police officers are being deployed to the same offenders over and over and over again, could the same minister please outline how our government intends to ensure that dangerous criminals stay behind bars despite the Liberal NDP Alliance's soft on crime policies?
Justice.
Speaker, thank you. And let me first begin by saying that the first responders are doing a tremendous job in arresting these criminals. Our prosecution teams, Mr. Speaker, are doing also an incredible job of addressing deteriorating safety and supporting our government's efforts to keep Albertans safe. By prosecuting those violent criminals, we'll continue to push for the repeal of the federal government's lenient bail system and are calling on our federal counterparts to step up and support policies and legislation that protect Albertans. Both the Minister of Public Safety and I are working tirelessly to protecting Albertans day in and day out.
The honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo has a question.
Mr. Speaker, the Alberta Foundation for the Arts was created 25 years ago to support Alberta's artists, cultural groups and organizations. The foundation, which is part of our very fabric of this province, has done incredible work to promote the arts. Despite this, under UCP governments, the AFA has seen its funding cut by 10%. This is backwards, as we should be doing more and not less to support the arts. Does the Minister of Culture understand that contributions that make arts and artists great need to go forward, not backwards in terms of funding?
The Honourable Minister of Arts, Culture and the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I do understand the importance, and particularly our Premier understands the importance because she added arts to the title of Arts, Culture and Status of Women. Alberta artists form the basis of the cultural fabric of our province, and our lives are richer when the arts thrive in our province. Through Budget 2023, Alberta's government committed $28 million in funding to support the arts, including stable funding of $25.6 million to the Alberta Foundation for the Arts. Arts funding also supports government initiatives such as the Artist in Residence program and Month of the Artist.
The honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Given that AFA funding has decreased by millions and millions in the years that the UCP has been government, and given that the costs have gone up consistently and dramatically to inflation, arts organizations and cultural groups, and COVID has impacted the size of audiences that venues can count on.
Order. The honourable member.
And given that the arts and cultural sector is a significant employer with a substantial positive impact to our province's GDP, will the minister acknowledge that a vibrant arts and culture sector is critical to our economy, and will she agree that cutting funding is actually bad for jobs and economic growth?
The Honourable Minister of Arts, Culture and Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I do agree with the member opposite that a thriving arts community is important in Alberta, and we support the arts in this province. My focus is on celebrating and promoting Alberta artists, on making arts and culture affordable and accessible to all Albertans. I've had so many fantastic meetings with arts community throughout the province, from Arts Common to Contemporary Calgary to the Winspear Centre, and just recently had a reception in the home of some art supporters the other night where they gathered 20 small independent artists who gave me invaluable feedback on the community in this province.
Well done. The honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Given that advocating for sufficient funding for the arts sector is to enable it to recover from the pandemic and thrive through the current economic challenges now and into the future is the very definition of the minister's role. And given while these are early days for the minister in this portfolio, I expect no one on that side of the cabinet table, aside from the minister, will actually prioritize Alberta arts and artists. Can the minister outline what steps she'll take or help necessary to ensure Alberta Foundation for the Arts receives the funding it deserves?
Good question. Honourable
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta is not receiving its fair share of funding from the Liberal government, surprise, for the arts in Alberta. In 2021-2022, Alberta received 6% of Canadian Council for the Arts funding while holding 9% of the nation's artists. Alberta would need to see a 30% increase in CCA funding to align with the proportion.
Order. The Minister.
Alberta would need to see a 30% increase in CCA funding to align with the proportion of artists in Alberta. I will continue to advocate for Alberta artists. I reached out to the new recently appointed Canadian Heritage Minister to advocate for further funding for the arts in Alberta.
The honourable member for Calgary-McClung is rising.
This weekend, the Premier heard from DJ in Rimbey, who wanted to know why the Premier was focusing so much of her time and attention on gambling with Alberta's pensions. DJ noted that the Canada Pension Plan works and wondered aloud why this government is spending money on a propaganda campaign rather than addressing things like the Ponoka Hospital ER, which was closed this weekend because of a lack of physician coverage. Why does the Minister think that wasting money on the Premier's pension gamble is more important than ensuring the people of Ponoka have an open emergency room?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's never a waste of money to give Albertans a choice about something that can be so impactful to their lives and their families and the overall Alberta economy. This is a lot different, Mr. Speaker, than when the former NDP government
The Minister of Finance.
I was just saying, Mr. Speaker, this is a lot different than the circumstance when the former NDP government rammed a carbon tax down Albertans' throats to try to legitimize the idea for the Liberal government federally, and then ran an ad campaign to try to tell Albertans how great it was. This is a live conversation about something that's forward-looking.
The honourable member for Edmonton-McClung.
Given that this caller noted that while there is a crisis in Alberta healthcare, homelessness, affordability and support for seniors, this government is more focused on weakening their retirement than on supporting them. Given that $7.5 million could help reopen the Ponoka ER that is closed time and again under the UCP's watch, it could help seniors get the shingles vaccine, help people find more affordable homes, and so much more. Will the Finance Minister finally put Albertans ahead of the Premier's political pet projects, cancel this campaign, and spend the money and support on supporting Albertans, get the UCP's hands off our
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm heartened to hear that the NDP think that now's the time that they want to be fiscally responsible. And I think about it often because the province is going to be faced with refinancing $26.5 billion of debt over the next 3 years. The largest debt stack would have been from 10-year bonds from 2016 when they were in government, over $13.2 billion that we will be refinancing at something a lot closer to 5% than at 2%. Your debt will ripple on into the future for Alberta generations to come.
Order, the honourable member.
Given that DJ also noted that
Order, the honourable member has the call.
Given that DJ also noted that Alberta seniors cannot afford the shingles vaccine because the UCP will not cover the cost, but given the Finance Minister found $7.5 million to run ads against the Canada Pension Plan, which even the chair of their consultation says is providing a good service, why would the Finance Minister rather spend money on convincing seniors to leave the CPP than on helping them afford to get this essential vaccine?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, I am glad to hear that the NDP are fiscally responsible all of a sudden. I hope that you keep that line of thinking as we move towards Budget 24, Budget 25, Budget 26, Budget 27. Because what we need to do is spend appropriately now because it ripples into the future, Mr. Speaker. $77 billion. That's where I hope our debt will be after the end of this term, after we provide the province with a sizable surplus. That's what we need to do. If you can't pay down principal, you need a surplus to pay down principal. That's what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta is a world leader in job creation and the economic engine of Canada, home to some of the hardest working folks that I've ever had the privilege of meeting. For decades, this province has been a massive contributor to the Canada Pension Plan. In fact, based on a recent report, we have been contributing way more than our fellow Canadians. However, a recent report also shown that Albertan seniors could be receiving more monthly if they were to some changes made to the management of that fund. Can the Minister of Finance tell us, the House, what Alberta's government is doing to ensure all Albertans have the information they need about the Alberta Pension Plan and how it can benefit seniors?
Order the Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. It sounds like that member is giving it fair consideration. Since the release of the LifeWorks, formerly Morneau's Chappelle report, the independent engagement panel led by Mr. Dinning has been engaging with Albertans on this important issue. The LifeWorks report shows an Alberta pension plan could mean more benefits for seniors and higher paychecks for workers and employers. I encourage Albertans to fill out the survey and continue to submit their thoughts, comments and concerns to the engagement panel. Mr. Speaker, the next engagement telephone town hall is this Wednesday, focused on Central Alberta, but anyone can...
The Honourable the Member for Lac Saint Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Speaker. Given that the Alberta Pension Plan would put more money in the pockets of Albertans based on the third-party findings, and given that a possible APP would help make life more affordable for Albertans by providing seniors with higher benefits as well as lowering the premiums for working Albertans, given this government has been consulting the potential move for an Alberta pension plan to the same minister, can you tell this House how the consultation is going and around the possible creation of an Alberta pension plan?
Order. The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our job is always to advocate for Alberta and Albertans, Mr. Speaker, and provide clear and accurate information about Alberta's economy, the risks we are facing, and the opportunities we see. And it is with the future in mind that we're currently consulting with Albertans on a potential Alberta pension plan. So far, over 61,000 Albertans have attended the 4 telephone town halls. We're reaching every corner of the province, Mr. Speaker. The panel is engaging with Albertans by the thousands and is having many rigorous conversations about what an APP could mean for them.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the Minister. Given that the NDP has chosen to side with their federal friends, Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau, again, causing fears for seniors in the idea of an Alberta pension plan, and given that this government is committed to consultation about pensions, and given the ongoing conversations with the federal government to ensure Albertans are given all the information how they could benefit from the pension plan, can the Minister tell the House about these recent conversations, how they've gone with their federal counterparts?
The order. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can assure this House we don't call the mothership and find out how we're supposed to think this week. In the meeting with Minister Freeland and my colleagues from across the country, we made it clear that an Alberta pension plan will not leave our...
Order. The Minister of Finance.
Made it clear that we will not leave our fellow Canadians without a stable pension. I was encouraged to hear the federal government commit to providing a comprehensive actuarial analysis of the asset transfer value Alberta would be entitled should it withdraw from the CPP. We've been asking for this for many weeks. It's critical to the ongoing discussion on an Alberta pension plan that we have a firm asset transfer number. Look forward to hearing back from them shortly.
Order. Honourable members, this concludes the time allotted for oral question period. But prior to rising, I would like to take a very brief moment and recognize a special occasion in which we have just undertaken. I'm not sure if the decorum was better or worse on this particular occasion, but it is important for the record's sake that members will know that online streaming, virtual meetings, and constant stream of emails has been part of our everyday lives for as long as most of us can remember. It was only 20 years ago today that the very first oral question period was streamed live on the internet. November 18th, 2003 was the first day that anyone, anywhere in the world with an internet connection was able to see, hear firsthand the lively debates that take place here in the legislature. I understand there was a few minor glitches, and for those in rural Alberta who listened to a tone while they were dialing in for their daily dose of question period, you heard it. The Assembly takes great pride in making sure that our daily proceedings can be available to as many Albertans as possible. This started over 20 years ago today, and hi, Mom. In 30 seconds or less, we will continue to the remainder of the daily routine. Go ahead, guys. The honourable member for Leduc Beaumont has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is pro-business, pro-entrepreneurial spirit, and supports strong local economies. Our government also promotes Made in Alberta products and recently launched its Made in Alberta voluntary labelling program to encourage and promote our local businesses and manufacturers. I can't think of a better way to highlight all of this than celebrating the craft brewing industry in Alberta. Local craft breweries are often the heart and soul of small towns across the province, or add a small town feel to our big city centres. In 2022, Alberta's small breweries recorded $932 million in local beer sales. In terms of tourism opportunities, there are currently 15 recommended ale trails comprising over 140 craft breweries that cover every region of our province. This represents the potential to attract local, national, and even international tourists to Alberta. In the Leduc Beaumont riding, we are fortunate to have successful and dynamic craft breweries, including the Leduc Brewing Company and Sea Change in Beaumont. These local gems not only craft exceptional beverages, but also contribute to the local economy and boost community spirit. Their commitment to quality and innovation showcases the success that can be achieved when we support small businesses in our community. Small brewers will often integrate themselves into the community by utilizing local suppliers and distribution channels and sourcing their ingredients from local farmers and agricultural networks. My constituents, and indeed all Albertans, appreciate the work and efforts of these craft brewers and celebrate the ways they contribute to our culture and communities. So I ask all Albertans to help celebrate this important industry by researching, visiting, and buying delicious craft beverages from the local craft brewery in their area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well done.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Beverly Clairview. Is there others? Oh, yeah. The honourable member for Edmonton Decore has a statement to make.
Settlement and immigration services are shared responsibilities. Both provincial and federal governments have a role to ensure that newcomers have the means to settle, integrate, and thrive. In Q2 of this year alone, Alberta welcomed over 45,000 newcomers. This is over 100% increase compared to the same quarter on 2022. With more people, there will clearly be a need for increased services. The Calgary Centre for Newcomers alone welcomed about 40,000 newcomers over the last year. Unfortunately, this summer alone, Calgary Centre for Newcomers, the largest settlement-serving organization in the province, laid off 65 settlement workers, forcing to cease services that are so vital to help newcomers. La Frappe, the leading Francophone settlement organization in the province, laid off 30% of their staff, making Francophone new immigrants fall through the cracks. In Calgary alone, approximately 1,500 newcomers are on wait list for language assessment alone, and over 5,700 for language classes. Alberta Immigrant Women and Children Centre, located in Edmonton, can only accommodate 35 out of the 200 newcomers who are on their roster for language support. Due to the backlog, it can take 6 months to a year to access language classes. That delay means it can take at least a year for a skilled newcomer to get the language skills to fully participate economically in the province. The government allocated $50 million in funding over 3 fiscal years, but only granted less than $5 million to settlement organizations that are struggling to meet the increasing demand. To address this pressing issue, Mr. Speaker, I ask this government to partner with organizations and the federal government because
Order. The time has allotted for the member statement. My apologies to the member. The clerk.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Airdrie East has a petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Standing Committee on Private Bills, I request leave to present in accordance with Standing Order 98.2 one petition that has been received for private bills, the petition of Dr. Sean Flynn of St. Joseph's College for the St. Joseph's College Amendment Act 2023. Thank you.
Notices of motions. Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
The honourable member for Calgary North East has a tabling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table the 5 requisite copies of a petition launched by Friends of Medicare in support of Bill 201, which would protect Albertans from having to pay to see their doctor. There are more than 1,000 signatures from right across Alberta, and I'm told that more than half of these Albertans are getting involved for the very first time. These Albertans are speaking out in support of Bill 201, and they will...
The honourable member for Edmonton-McClung.
I rise to table 5 copies, Mr. Speaker, of a CBC News item which reports that the Minister of Transportation has refused to meet with the City of Edmonton Councillor Joanne Wright since April 2022 when she first requested to meet with him. It leads one to wonder how those preferential meetings are made, if it's government policy or just a minister's personal design.
The honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Mr. Speaker, I've got 2 letters on the same topic from 2 constituents, Mr. Chevalier and Mr. Robotham, urging this government not to bring forward an Alberta pension plan, but stick with what we have. Thank you. CPP.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling the appropriate number of copies of a letter to a constituent from Aish notifying her that because her disabled husband is now eligible for CPP, that she will be cut off her Aish benefits just 3 weeks before Christmas, a decision so cruel that it would make even Scrooge blush.
Are there others? Seeing none.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following documents were deposited with the Office of the Clerk. On behalf of Honourable Mrs. Sawhney, Minister of Advanced Education, pursuant to the Agrology Profession Act, Alberta Institute of Agrologists 2022 Annual Report. Pursuant to the Engineering and Geoscience Professions Act, Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists of Alberta 2022 Annual Report. Association of Science and Engineering Technology Professionals of Alberta 2022 Annual Report.
Honourable members, that brings us to points of order. And at approximately 2:51, a point of order was called. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on 23H, I, and J. When the member from Edmonton Gold Bar was speaking in his second supplemental with reference to the Premier and changes to the conflicts of interest, he said, and I have the benefit of the blues, the minister wouldn't have his job if the Premier had been upfront about her plan to line her own pockets during the campaign. Mr. Speaker, the member from Edmonton Gold Bar is clearly making an accusation that the Premier is taking bribes and lining her own pockets.
This is an absolute unacceptable gesture directed to the Government House Leader, of which you can return to your seat and apologize for. Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Hayes will rise to his feet and apologize.
I do apologize, Your Worship, Mr. Speaker.
I apologize that the House leader is so sensitive and had to rise on that point.
You don't apologize for that. You apologize for making an inappropriate gesture at the doorway to the chamber. You will do so or you will be named and you will leave the chamber until the committee deals with it.
I have offered my apology, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Whoa. You are, will be well served that the Speaker spoke last week about not judging the equality of an apology. You behaved like my 12-year-old slowly waltzing across this chamber after being spoken to directly. It's absolutely unacceptable and unbecoming of a member of this Assembly. I consider this matter dealt with and concluded. We are at point of order number 2.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thank you for that. I'll move on to point of order number 2. At the time noted, Mr. Speaker, the member from Calgary-Klein was speaking in her question and said something to the effect of, without the benefit of the Blues, members on the opposite side have been making anti-trans comments. Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, there's not a single member on this side of the chamber who has made anti-trans comments. Such an accusation demands proof. Words have meanings. And while I can appreciate that the member from Calgary-Klein might be trying to do something for the Gram or for X or Twitter, it is certainly unbecoming of a member of this chamber to make such an accusation. And I can tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker, the previous member from Calgary-Klein would have never said something so despicable. Right. This is a rise of 23 H, I, and J in this point of order, and I ask that member apologize, withdraw, and be better.
Whoa, whoa. The Honourable, the Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise because this is a matter of debate. Now, I do not have the benefit of the Blues, but I do have the language from the member for Calgary-Klein in her question. And the language was, but instead have had to listen to members of this legislature openly make hateful comments about 2S LGBTQIA plus people and cozy up to the alt-right. Mr. Speaker, I argue that this is a matter of debate, given all that has been said about this Premier hanging out with Tucker Carlson and the alt-right, as well in reference to members of this legislature openly making hateful comments. We know that the member from Lacombe-Panoka has had to apologize for comparing transgender children in schools to having feces in food. Given, Mr. Speaker, that today is Transgender Day of Remembrance, I think that the member from Calgary-Klein's comments are completely in order, because I believe that particularly on Transgender Day of Remembrance, all Albertans deserve to have representatives in the legislature who love and accept them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other submissions? Seeing none, I am prepared to rule. I do have the benefit of the Blues, and for clarity's sake, members may have the benefit of a transcript or some other piece of information that they have acquired in the intervening period, but it is only the Speaker who has the benefit of the actual Blues. Just don't want to give anyone the impression that the Government House Leader had a copy of the Blues, in which he couldn't have, but he could have a transcript or some other record of it. I do have, and I believe that the Official Opposition House Leader has quite appropriately reflected what was said. The Blues say, but instead, I've had to listen to members of this legislature openly make hateful comments about the 2S LGBTQIA people and cozy up to the alt-right, she proceeded to say. And given that the UCP members already rolled back human rights and queer trans youth, will the Minister admit, and I think that is the only piece of context in which we need. I would just say and provide some context with respect to House of Commons Procedures and Practice, page 623 and 624, specifically in 624, that in dealing with unparliamentary language, the Speaker takes into account the tone, manner, and intention of the member speaking.
the person whom the words were at issue were directed, the degree of provocation, and most important, whether or not the remarks created disorder in the Assembly. One thing I think we can all agree to is that those remarks did create disorder here inside the Assembly today. I think making accusations of similar nature, particularly when it seemed that they were directed at members of the United Conservative Party, given it was the immediate statement that followed the honourable member's remarks, it's reasonable to assume that in fact she was speaking about those members. Making allegations that they were members were making hateful comments certainly is not appropriate. Having said that, and I appreciate that it certainly sounded like I was going to rule that that was a point of order, I also recognize that the context on which those statements were made, in light of the day that it is and other factors, I want to provide an absolute strongest caution possible. While maybe we've seen the strongest caution possible that I can provide moments earlier, so perhaps not that strong, but as strongly as possible, that making allegations that members of the Assembly are hateful or make hateful comments certainly will not improve decorum, as it didn't today. Having said that, I won't find it a point of order. I consider this matter dealt with and concluded. Prior to calling orders of the day, honourable members, I'm sure that each and every one of you noticed that order, the matter is dealt with and concluded, that there was an error in the November 2023 order paper, which was distributed on the 10th of November. The time remaining for debate on Bill 201 is a total of 26 minutes, not 21 minutes, as previously indicated. A revised order paper for today with the corrected information has been distributed. It's available on the member's desk, as well as the online version of the order paper has also been corrected. That brings us to orders of the day, orders du jour.
Public bills and orders, other than government bills and orders, for second reading, Bill 201, Alberta Healthcare Insurance Access Fees Amendment Act, 2023. Debate adjourned on amendment. Mr. Getson speaking.
Are there others wishing to join in the debate? The honourable member for Livingston McLeod, followed by the member for Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP in Alberta has been increasingly squawking about a bill concerning healthcare services here in the province, thus creating tension around the issue. It is imperative to cut through the fog of their noise and to understand what's truly at stake and why the government is taking a firm stance on this issue. Here's the harsh reality. The NDP is fretting over certain clinics ignoring the rules by unlawfully charging individuals for services that should be accessible under our public healthcare system. They've thrown a bill as a supposed remedy. In the wake of this, our government is adamantly resisting the urge to say, hold your horses, we've got this covered. So let's dissect why this government believes the NDP's concerns to be blown out of proportion and why this bill is utterly unnecessary. Alberta boasts a public healthcare system where you're not expected to open your pocketbooks when you visit a doctor or receive care in a hospital. The government foots the bill through the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Plan. Now, the NDP is insinuating that some clinics are tacking on extra fees for these services, which is strictly forbidden. How does the government hit back? The answer is, we already are. Each year, Alberta Health furnishes a report to Health Canada assuring that everything is copacetic within the clinics and within the healthcare system. So far, Health Canada hasn't raised any red flags about how these clinics conduct their business. Also, Alberta Health conducts checks on clinics by scrutinizing their billing practices and ensuring that they're charging solely for non-covered services. These are services that are considered uninsured because they're not part of the basic healthcare package. Let's delve into the so-called uninsured services for a moment. They've been around for eons, with a clear definition of what's covered and what is not. If a clinic charges for uninsured services, that's perfectly okay, so long as they're not nickel and diming the patients for regular doctor visits and treatments, which are meant to be freely accessible to everybody. So why is the government criticizing the NDP's bill? It's because we believe the NDP is stoking an imaginary fire. The system already has a robust mechanisms in place to ensure that everyone toes the line. There are stringent regulations against overcharging for covered services, and the government maintains that doctors are well aware of these rules and regularly comply with them. In terms of ensuring that clinics adhere to these rules, the government has data enthusiasts, auditors, and health specialists who meticulously scrutinize doctors' billing practices to ensure everything is authentic. Now, if the government unearths any shady dealings at a clinic, such as charging patients for free services or offering queue jumping privileges for a fee, they won't just sit idly by. They've made it abundantly clear that they step in and take decisive action. Even when the NDP points fingers at specific clinics, the government conducts thorough investigations to ensure rules are being followed by physicians and are being held accountable. This was made evident this past summer when it came to our attention that Martelou Clinic in Calgary was advertising membership fees for services that are supposed to be covered by provincial health insurance. The members opposite like to ignore what happened following this discovery, but our government immediately began an investigation and took every appropriate action to ensure that this clinic was compliant with our current legislation. Not only that, but our government is in constant collaboration with the College of Physicians and Surgeons, the authority overseeing doctors, to ensure that everyone plays by the rules. The NDP is making an enormous fuss with this bill when it's entirely unwarranted. The government is resolute in its faith that the system and safety nets are already in place. They're holding steadfast, reiterating that they're already exerting efforts to uphold accessible and equitable health care for all Albertans. According to the government, the NDP's bill is merely a redundant step that doesn't contribute anything significant to the safeguards that are already functioning. The government firmly believes that they have everything under control, and they perceive the NDP's proposed bill as more about political maneuvering than practicality. The government remains focused on ensuring that every individual in Alberta has unhindered access to the care they need without unnecessary legislative complications. On the other hand, the NDP's bill seems fixated on hypothetical issues rather than addressing any concrete problems. They're chasing shadows and needlessly stirring up panic where due diligence is already in place. Our government contends that healthcare professionals are well versed in the rules. The regulatory bodies, such as the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta, establish clear benchmarks where there are severe repercussions for those who deviate from them. When we discuss healthcare, we're essentially discussing something fundamental to every Albertan's existence. It's about securing medical assistance without fretting over a price tag. It's about trust. Trust in a system that promises to provide care to you and your loved ones when you're at your most vulnerable. Ultimately, Albertans simply yearn for a functional healthcare system, devoid of drama and devoid of political jockeying. And that's exactly what we've been delivering here on this side of the House. So no, I do not support the NDP's Bill 201. Thank you.
Are there others to join the debate? Are there others? Sorry, are there others wishing to join the debate before the mover closes?
No, he's good, because it's on the amendment.
The Honourable, on the amendment. My apologies. The Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast on the reason amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe that Albertans deserve equal access to care regardless of their income. And that's sadly not the universal view in this House. And that's exactly what this bill tries to achieve, Madam Speaker. In this bill, there are two simple things. Just in case if the members on the other side have not understood the bill, I would like to explain that in detail. There are two simple things that this bill arrests. The first one is that this bill defines the access fees. That what does the access fees means? And as the members on the other side are saying that this bill is not concrete and this bill does not address the concrete issues, this is the concrete issue, Madam Speaker, because Albertans do not want to pay out of pocket to go see a family doctor. And in this bill, the excess fees is well defined that under the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act, Albertans will not have to pay in any form any sort of payment for insured services. This is a concrete thing in the bill. The second thing that this bill addresses is about the minister's discretion that the minister currently has to investigate any kind of violations. We have seen that in the summer of this year, there were some incidents, there were some clinics that were charging the fees from patients, and the investigations are still going on. We don't know the results of those investigations, and currently under the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act, it is up to the minister. If the minister wants to investigate or minister does not want to investigate or whatever the process minister wants to follow. This bill will address that as well, Madam Speaker. Under this bill, this discretion will be taken away. There must be consequences for these violations. That's what all the members on this side of the House believes, Madam Speaker. And this is another concrete thing that this bill addresses, that this bill intends to achieve. What we have seen from the other side is a cardboard guarantee before the election and nothing else, nothing concrete from the other side. What we have seen is just the promises which have never been fulfilled, Madam Speaker. We have seen on various occasions that the Premier has said and openly said, and not only openly said on videos, she has written the policy papers with the University of Calgary School of Public Policy, where she wants Albertans to pay out of pocket to go see a family doctor. And why should Albertans trust the Premier or the UCP on Alberta healthcare, on this public healthcare, Madam Speaker? That is why we had to bring this bill so that Albertans can trust, Albertans can rely on this Alberta publicly funded healthcare system. Madam Speaker, UCP's priorities are not the same. They have some different priorities, Madam Speaker. They are focused on gambling with Albertans' pensions. They are focused on hanging out with Tucker Carlson, Madam Speaker. They are focused on removing the caps on the gifts that they receive from their rich friends and lobbyists, Madam Speaker. They are not focused on Alberta's healthcare system. We have seen tuition fees have gone up in past 4 years. We have seen they have removed the caps on utility bills. We have seen they have removed the caps on utility bills, and Albertans are leading the unaffordable life at this point. And we have not seen from them supporting Alberta's healthcare system. We have not seen them investing in Alberta's healthcare system. And this bill is necessary so that Albertans can at least trust, Albertans can at least believe that this government will make sure that they don't have to pay out of pocket to go see a family doctor. That's what this bill intends to achieve. And at the same time, Madam Speaker, there are no plans from this government to build more hospitals in Calgary and in Alberta. I represent Calgary Northeast. I have heard from so many people in Calgary Northeast that they deserve and they need a new hospital in Calgary Northeast. We have not seen in past 4 years. We have not seen any kind of movement towards that direction. And that is why Albertans do not trust this government when it comes to Alberta's healthcare system. And that's not only the condition with with hospitals, that's the exact same situation with Alberta's schools as well, Madam Speaker. Out of the seven communities that I represent, there are 4 communities in Calgary Northeast which have 0 schools, Madam Speaker, and and kids have to travel more than an hour a single day each way to go to school. And the parents are upset, the kids are suffering, and we have seen this government who is giving billions and billions of dollars to the wealthy corporations. They have given $4.5 billion in 2019 to the wealthy corporations. We have seen they have given more than $1 billion to the pipeline, which is leading to nowhere, Madam Speaker. We have seen this government with the R-Star program. They have given billions of dollars to clear the mess that these corporations should have already cleared. And when it comes to healthcare system, Madam Speaker, they have no funding. When it comes to building more schools, they have nothing to offer to Albertans. When it comes to making life more affordable, they have nothing to offer. And all they have to offer, they cannot speak a single sentence without mentioning carbon tax and without mentioning Justin Trudeau in their speech. They do not talk about healthcare system. All they talk about is Tucker Carlson. All they talk about is Lyle O'Berg. And Lyle O'Berg is the person who has tried to privatize our healthcare system. He has a decade-long record of privatizing the Alberta healthcare system and trying to build the private hospital in BC, and before the shovels could get into the ground, he got sued. That's the record of that person. And we have seen the similar statements. We have heard the similar statements from the Premier as well. And let me remind some dates when the Premier has made those comments. In 2021, she wrote a policy paper. On October 27, 2000, it was in Calgary Herald. In June 1, 2003, she made similar comments. August 14, 2004, again. May 16, 2006, same thing. June 21, same thing. June 3rd, 21, same thing. September 21, same thing. June 3rd, 2021, same thing. These are so many occasions. And that is why Albertans do not trust on their cardboard guarantee, Madam Speaker. This is why we need a bill that will make sure that Albertans do not pay out of pocket to go see a family doctor. And Madam Speaker, why should Albertans trust? Because today itself, the members on the other side, they said that Lyle O'Berg was the perfect person to lead Alberta healthcare system. That is not correct. That is not what Albertans feel. And that's why I have tabled a petition with more than 1,000 Albertans signing that and asking this government to support Bill 201. And at the same time, Madam Speaker, I want to assure that members on this side of the House do support that because they believe in public healthcare system, whereas on the other side, it is Albertans will be watching today, right now, after this, that where the members on the other side do stand. And that's why I'm asking and I'm appealing all the members on the other side to please support this so that Albertans can believe that this Assembly as a whole supports the Alberta's public healthcare system, Madam Speaker. And in conclusion, I want to say that when I was at the doors during the campaign, healthcare system was on the top of minds for my constituents. They were repeatedly telling me that how deeply they care about healthcare system. They were telling me that they rely on Alberta's healthcare system. They were telling me that emergency wait times went up under this UCP government. They told me that the wait time for the ambulances went up under this government. They are still telling me that they cannot access a family doctor. They cannot find a family doctor. I got a call from one of my constituents last week who asked me, who told me, in fact, that there was a doctor, there was a clinic in Calgary Northeast that is not accepting any new patients. And Alberta and people from all over Canada are coming to Alberta because they believe that they will have a prosperous future in Alberta. They believe that their kids can go to schools, and unfortunately, when they come here in Alberta, they find some different reality. They find that Alberta, that there are no hospitals in Calgary Northeast. They find that their kids cannot go to schools in the neighboring communities.
Others join the debate. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I need to correct the record. The member opposite was obviously sharing things that are inaccurate. And so, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, under the NDP, the budget for healthcare was $22 billion. Right now, my budget is $26.4 billion. That is not cuts. That is significant increase over the last 4 years. This bill does not meet what the member opposite is intending it to meet. In fact, it's unnecessary. We are already ensuring that insured products and insured items are covered, and that anyone that doesn't follow the law is dealt with. In fact, Madam Speaker, this summer I had to take a clinic to task for that very item. We have audits in place. There is a process in place, Madam Speaker. So to add redundancy, to add duplication to something that's already happening doesn't help us at all, Madam Speaker. Public health care is just that. It's public health care. It's going to remain public health care. We are fully committed to funding public health care, Madam Speaker. Nothing is going to change. And in fact, the only changes that are going to happen with the refocusing that I'm so excited about, and you know what, Albertans across the province are extremely excited. Madam Speaker, I was in Sundre this weekend, this Saturday evening, for the Sundre Healthcare Foundation. There were paramedics, there were nurses, there were doctors, there were leaders from across the community. Madam Speaker, they are excited about change because they know under the NDP very little was done for rural Alberta in healthcare. So, Madam Speaker, they are excited. In fact, I got a standing ovation, Madam Speaker. Exciting to hear and see that the people across Alberta are excited about the refocusing. It's time that we actually look at providing better service, better quality of services, ensuring that the citizens of Alberta get the health care that they need, in fact, the health care that they're paying for, Madam Speaker. And I just want to end by saying public health care will be just that, Madam Speaker. We are committed to public health care, fully funded public health care. That is not changing. Albertans will not have to pay out of pocket for insured services. That is not changing, no matter how much the members opposite continue to fearmonger and create anxiety within the community. Albertans know we need change. What's been happening hasn't been working, and we need to do something different. They're committed to supporting the refocusing, and I'm excited to see where we're going here across this province. Again, this bill that was introduced, while well-intentioned, is just going to add further redundancies. It will, in fact, not do anything to further health care in this province, but in fact, Madam Speaker, it is just going to add more bureaucratic red tape, more angst in the system when it's not necessary. Madam Speaker, I've already spoken to this, but I felt very strongly I had to get up and speak and correct the record that the member opposites were trying to say that this is going to do something that it absolutely will not do. So I encourage all the members here to vote against this bill. We don't need more redundancy. We need to actually streamline the system, make sure it's better, more efficient, more effective, and in fact doing what it needs to do for the citizens of Alberta. And that's what we on this side of the House are committed to. Better health care for Albertans where they need it in a timely fashion.
Honourable members, according to Standing Order 87AI, provides up to 5 minutes for the sponsor of the private member's public bill to close debate. I would now like to invite the honourable member for Calgary Northeast to close debate on Bill 201.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And at the same time, I have already said that we need to support Alberta's healthcare system and make sure that it remains public. Whereas I have seen, and we have all heard from Premier and other members, that their intentions are not to do so. Their intentions are to privatize it. And they ask us to trust on their cardboard guarantee, Madam Speaker. When the Premier got in last year, she said that she would fix the Alberta's healthcare system in 90 days. It has been more than a year, Madam Speaker. So it is time. It is time for them to support this bill so that Albertans can actually trust the law instead of trusting their cardboard guarantees. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I am standing here with the support of all my colleagues on this side of the aisle, that we need to support Alberta's public health care system, and we need to make sure that we invest in it. We need to make sure that it remains public. We need to make sure that that it is available for Albertans whenever they need it, wherever they need it, and we have seen in past 4 years that that has not been the case. That is why this bill is important. That is why to support this bill is important as well, and all the constituents, all the Albertans that the members on the other side are representing are also watching. It's not the NDP versus the UCP. It is about Alberta's healthcare system, Madam Speaker, and that's what Albertans deserve. That's what Albertans are waiting for right after I end my speech. That they are looking for all the members of this assembly to support this bill, and I stand before you to make an appeal to everybody to please support this bill so that Alberta's healthcare system can be protected from privatization.
Are you done? Honourable members, on the reasoned amendment as proposed by the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. The division has been called. Ring the bells.
Honourable members, the division has been called on Amendment RA1 to Bill 201. All those in favour for the amendment, please rise.
Honourable Ms. Smith. Honourable Mr. Guthrie. Honourable Mr. Glubish. Honourable Mr. Nicolaides. Honourable Ms. Schultz. Honourable Mr. Williams. Honourable Mr. LaGrange. Honourable Mr. Horner. Honourable Mr. Scow. Honourable Mr. Ellis. Honourable Mr. Amory. Honourable Mr. Newdorf. Honourable Mr. Lowen. Honourable Mr. Wilson. Honourable Mr. Jean. Honourable Mr. Dreeshen. Honourable Mr. Nixon. Mr. Long. Mr. Yao. Honourable Mr. Turton. Honourable Mr. Nally. Honourable Mr. McIver. Honourable Ms. Furr. Honourable Mr. Jones. Honourable Mrs. Sawney. Mr. Getson. Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson. Honourable Mr. Yassin. Honourable Mr. Hunter. Mr. Rosewell. Mr. Van Dyke. Ms. Pitt. Mr. Sear. Mr. Lunty. Mr. Weed. Mr. Boychenko. Mr. McDougall. Mr. Wright. Mrs. Petrovic. Ms. Lovely. Mr. Dick. Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk. Ms. DeYoung. Mr. Sinclair. Mr. Bouchard. Mr. Singh. And Mr. Stephan. And Mrs. Johnson.
Opposed to the amendment, please rise.
Honourable Ms. Notley. Ms. Wright. Honourable Member Ceci. Honourable Mr. Xavier. Member Hoyle. Ms. Pancholi. Member Arkan Paul. Ms. Renaud. Ms. Chapman. Member Calhoun Stonehouse. Member Irwin. Ms. Al-Junaid. Honourable Mr. Egan. Member Kayandi. Member Tejada. Mr. Ip. Dr. Metz. Member Loyola. Mr. Kozowski. Member Eremenko. Mr. Haji. Ms. Wright. And Member Brown. Sorry, Ms. Hayter, correction. My apologies.
Mr. Speaker, total for the amendment 48, total against 23.
That motion is carried and so ordered. Go ahead.
Under public bills and orders other than government bills and orders for second reading, Bill 202, Education Class Size and Composition Amendment Act 2023, Ms. Chapman.
I understand that some members will be taking other meetings. I ask that you to leave the chamber expeditiously and quietly as possible with respect to the honourable member for Calgary Beddington, who has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise to second reading of the bill that I have brought to the House. Bill 202 is titled the Education, Class Size and Composition Amendment Act. If I had been able to add a subtitle, it would have been Good Information Begets Good Decisions. Bill 202 is a straightforward ask of this government. It's a bill that is focused on addressing concerns about increasing class sizes and a lack of transparency. There are three pieces to this bill. The first is to return the public class size reporting that was long the standard before 2019, when the UCP made fuzzy what once was very clear. Now, the number of kids in a class doesn't paint the full picture. So, in addition to class size reporting, we are also asking to see the complexity in our classrooms. The foundation of this bill is that good information begets good decisions. Yeah. So the second piece is to ask the ministry to start making some good decisions, to set standards in our classrooms, to determine how many teachers, EAs, support staff are needed, to prioritize student learning and student success. And finally, the third piece is to ensure that we continue to make good decisions going forward. The last Commission on Learning Excellence in Alberta was assembled in 2003, and we are asking the government to assemble this group again now and then every 10 years. This group of experts will make recommendations not just on class size and composition, but also on the impacts of technology, changing demographics, and formulas for determining sufficient funding of education programs. Good information begets good decisions. Over the last week, we have heard the minister throw around many numbers. The number of teachers they're hoping to hire, the number of EAs, the number of school projects moving forward. So it is clear, to me at least, that the ministry has no issue with tracking numbers and reporting those numbers back to the public. The core of this bill is asking for just that. Do that same tallying of numbers and report back to the public on how many kids are in a classroom, how many English language learners need support, how many neurodiverse kiddos would benefit from an EA to help smooth the dozens of little transitions that happen during your average school day. Those numbers and that information should be made transparent to the public because they provide context. Now, the minister had no problem taking to social media in August to report that budget was made available for 2,600 new staff expected to be hired for the current school year. He had no problem standing in this House last week to report that 3,000 new support staff, including teachers, will be hired into our classrooms. Now, it was interesting how that number has grown, and one does wonder if by the end of the school year we'll be told that 4,000 or even 5,000 new positions are being filled. But really what the minister failed to do was provide context. Increasing funding to our education system by 5% over 3 years, it might sound good to the casual listener, and certainly an additional $820 million over those 3 years, well, that sounds like an awful lot of money. The question is it enough? 2,600 or 3,000 or whatever number the minister chooses to throw at us, it may sound like a lot of staff, but is it enough? Is it keeping pace with growth in our schools? Is the budget increase informed by the needs of local decision makers? In a province where some school divisions are experiencing 5% growth year over year, is 5% over 3 years enough? When we are asking this government to increase transparency, we are simply looking for that context. Class sizes can help shine a light on where growth is happening, where new physical classroom space is needed. And we need to see more than that. In order to know that the increasing complexity in classrooms is being addressed, it is critical that we know the class composition piece as well. Adults are in the room. How many teachers? How many EAs? What other types of professionals are needed to best support our kids' learning needs? Good information begets good decisions. Those of us with children in the public education system, and especially those of us who have had the privilege of time to be physically present to support our schools and classrooms, we know that classroom complexity. We have seen that teacher with 30 students, 18 of whom have a coding of some type. A single teacher in front of a class of 30 kids, half of whom are English language learners, 2 who are spinning like tops because they can't regulate, and 1 who has completely retreated into their shell as a coping mechanism. I'd say these kids are falling through the cracks, but when more than half the classroom lacks the support they need, it's not so much a crack as it is a chasm. The minister has said that it's up to school boards or school divisions, whatever they're called these days, to make these decisions about where funding and support needs to go. I can agree with the minister on this, and after witnessing the big government approach the UCP has taken on the healthcare file, it is a relief to hear that this ministry won't be attempting to consolidate control of our education system inside the ministry or the Premier's office. Locally elected school board representatives know their populations. They know the changing demographics in their communities, and they are focused on doing everything they can to support the learning needs of their students in their communities, because there is no mandate for school boards to negotiate the sharing of resources across school divisions. No, that is the job of the ministry. And just as growth isn't happening equitably across the province, neither is classroom complexity. So while the good folks at Peace River School Division will know best whether resources are directed to Dixonville School or École Springfield or TA Norris, it is the ministry that should know how those schools' needs compare to Catherine Nichols Gun in Calgary or St. Paul in Lethbridge or West Haven Elementary in Edson. Now, back in July, the Education Minister received a mandate letter, and this bill dovetails quite nicely with a few of the outcomes laid out in that letter. I was heartened to see that the letter directs the minister to evaluate and, if needed, expand supports for qualified professionals such as speech-language pathologists, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and psychologists. Another section of the mandate letter directs investment in improving testing and educational supports for children with complex needs, including children with autism. Yet another directs implementing additional EAs in classrooms to address the increasing complexity of learning needs. Teachers have been shouting from the rooftops about classroom complexity for years now. And while this is clearly not the top priority for this ministry, it is at least something that they have been directed to address. This bill isn't about limits or caps. It's about making sure we have the full picture and are fully informed before taking steps to address the complex challenges faced in almost every classroom across this province. The students learning in our classrooms today are Alberta's future leaders. They deserve a quality education, and Albertans expect nothing less. Good information begets good decisions. I hope the minister and his colleagues make the good decision to support this bill. Thank you.
There are others to join, the honourable member, can you just confirm that you are moving second reading?
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me, Madam Speaker. I thought I opened with that. I move second reading of Bill 202.
Perfect. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise before you today with a profound sense of duty as a member of this Assembly and above all as a concerned parent. In my role as the MLA for Lesser Slave Lake, I'm acutely aware of the pivotal role education plays in shaping the future of our society. Today I stand not only as your representative, but also as a father to two young, inquisitive daughters who embody the promise and potential of our next generation. My youngest, who's now in grade 2, loves art class and music class. My oldest, who also loves art and music, is also in grade 6. She recently told me how she loves social studies class because she gets to learn about where her daddy works. And Mr. Speaker, I can honestly say there aren't too many moments where I've been prouder as a dad. Education, undoubtedly, is the bedrock upon which a better tomorrow stands. It is the beacon that shines on the path to a brighter future for our children, equipping them with the knowledge and skills necessary to navigate the complexities of an ever-evolving world. As a parent, I witnessed firsthand the transformative power of quality education in the lives of my own children. And I'm driven by a deep-seated commitment to ensure that every child in the Lesser Slave Lake riding and all of Alberta and indeed the province, is afforded the same opportunities. However, today, I address this Assembly with a sense of unease as I implore each of you to carefully consider the implications of the opposition's proposition of Bill 202. While the intentions behind this legislation may be commendable, its proposed measures, particularly the implementation of costly class size reports and the creation of measures to address class complexity, raise significant concerns. I believe it is the responsibility of this whole House to advocate for policies that not only enhance the quality of education, but also prioritize fiscal responsibility and the prudent allocation of resources. In the ensuing debate on Bill 202, I urge my fellow members to consider the potential ramifications on our education system, weighing the necessity of these proposed measures against their impact on the already strained resources of our schools. The first reason I believe this House should vote down the bill is its stipulation on class size reporting, which of course is one of its main facets. While reporting class sizes may seem beneficial on paper, when we look at them from a cost-benefit perspective, it's anything but. Since the program was first introduced in 2004, the province has spent a whopping $3.4 billion on class size reporting. When the government decided to launch a review of the program's effectiveness in 2019, the class size initiative was swiftly discontinued. That said, Mr. Speaker, this government didn't simply pull the funds out of our education system, as the folks on the other side of the aisle may have you believe. Instead, we had to reallocate these funds into various initiatives that actually make a difference in the lives of our young learners. For example, over the last 4 years, Alberta's government has approved 98 school projects. We also committed $2.3 billion over the next 3 years to either build or renovate schools across this province. In Budget 2023, Alberta's government announced support for 58 priority school projects that will provide new and improved student spaces, create jobs, and support our communities. Through Budget 2023, Alberta's government created the new school planning program that will serve as a transparent pipeline for upcoming school projects so they can hit the ground running as soon as formal construction funding is approved. Madam Speaker, that is tangible change that actually makes a difference in the lives of our children, instead of needless class size report, which evidence has shown offers no benefits. This government is committed to ensuring the best possible education for our children for years to come. We are taking significant steps to make sure that our education is the best anywhere in Canada and the world. In our last budget, this government increased funding by 5.2%, reaching a total of $8.8 billion, aimed at providing support for students, classrooms, and schools throughout the province. This increase in funding is intended to facilitate the hiring of up to 3,000 educational professionals over the next 3 years, encompassing teachers, educational assistants, bus drivers, and school support staff. Some school administrators anticipate recruiting over 2,600 teachers and support staff exclusively for the 2023-2024 academic year. In fact, at the commencement of the school year, the Calgary Board of Education made an announcement indicating their addition of over 700 full-time teacher and learning staff to enhance support for a greater number of students. The second component of this bill, Madam Speaker, addresses class complexity. It states that we should bring back mandatory complexity reporting in schools across this province as a way to deal with the growing complexities of our educational system. It is no secret that the landscape of classrooms is becoming increasingly intricate, particularly for students facing unique challenges. This is something that our government cares deeply about, as we want to ensure that every single Albertan has an equal chance of getting a quality education. Our government is acutely aware of the diverse needs within our educational system, ranging from newcomers to Canada and English language learners to those requiring specialized learning supports. Students grappling with behavioral changes and heightened socio-economic obstacles further contribute to the complexity of modern classrooms. Additionally, the widespread effects of pandemic learning loss have added a layer of urgency to addressing the evolving needs of our student population. In recognizing the challenges faced by newcomers to this province, the government is actively working to create an inclusive and supportive environment. Initiatives are being implemented to enhance language acquisition programs, cultural integration, and community support, ensuring that these students have the resources they need to thrive academically and socially. Within the framework of Budget 2023, the Classroom Complexity Grant is an integral element of the learning support funding, which encompasses an allocation nearly $1.5 billion. Specifically earmarked in Budget 2023 is a newly assigned fund totaling $126 million over a span of 3 years. This financial provision is designed to proactively address challenges associated with classroom complexity, with a dedicated amount of $42 million earmarked for the ongoing academic year of 2023-2024. Madam Speaker, while the intention behind this bill may be noble, we must critically assess whether it aligns with the comprehensive educational strategy we have tirelessly pursued. I believe that as responsible stewards of education, it is our duty to ensure that every policy we endorse directly contributes to the betterment of our education system. Bill 202, unfortunately, falls short of this standard. It introduces burdensome reporting mechanisms that threaten to divert precious resources away from the core of our educational mission. Our government firmly believes in implementing initiatives that directly impact the quality of education, such as investing in teacher training, updating curriculum materials, and providing students with cutting-edge resources. I implore all members of the Assembly to consider the broader perspective. Let us focus on policies that truly enhance the learning experience for our students and empower our educators. Voting down Bill 202 is not a rejection of concern for education. Rather, it is an assertion of our commitment to effective, impactful, and meaningful progress in the realm of education. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What an honour to rise in this House, as is customary for me. First time speaking in the Chamber this week. I just want to give a shout out to all those folks who are working on the front lines. I know a number of nurses were in the Chamber today, and it was truly an honour to see them up there, because we know folks on the front lines, whether in healthcare and retail and education, which I'll speak about today, we know they've been dealing with a lot, and so shout out to all of them. You know, it is an honour to rise and stand to speak to Bill 202, the Education Class Size and Composition Amendment Act 2023. Gosh, I have a lot to say, especially in response to that interesting defense of, not that I would presuppose this chamber, but defense of what seemingly appears to be killing this bill. And so I'll get to that in a moment. But before I do that, let me talk a little bit about Bill 202, and I'll start by noting that, as many folks in this chamber will recall, I know the member from Edmonton Whitemud in particular loves when I regale this chamber with tales of my teaching experience in rural Alberta, and I do have more stories that I haven't yet shared in this chamber. But you know why I want to connect to Bill 202 is just to acknowledge the fact that I do know firsthand the complexity of classrooms these days. And I know you might say, Janice, or you don't, or this member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood, you don't look all that young anymore. But you know, it wasn't that long ago that I taught in the classroom. Relatively speaking, I stopped teaching in 2011, I believe. Yeah, clearly my memory's failing me as well. But even at that time, you know, I taught in 2 K-12 schools, and that meant that in some cases, some of my what we call like non-academic, my -2 high school classes, sometimes they were really small actually, and at other times they were quite large, because we would have combined classes, right, having a small population in the school. So, you know, I know what it was like having to juggle 30 plus kids in a classroom, having to juggle, as the member from Calgary Beddington so aptly stated, having to juggle a whole lot of different kids with just coming with different skills and abilities. And especially when I was a high school social studies teacher, for those new members who haven't had the honor of hearing about my classroom teaching experiences. I was a high school social studies teacher, and so we would often have the -1, so like the academic stream, the -2, and sometimes even the -4, which would be like the knowledge and employability stream as well. So you'd have students with all, like I said, with all different abilities coming to a classroom, different curriculum as well. Similarities, especially in senior high social studies, but different. And so, you know, having to be one teacher, I didn't have EAs in most of those classes, having to be as one teacher, really having to sort of tailor to each student. And it was a lot. It was a lot of work and a lot of pressure put on me as a teacher. And I can say, you know, I was pretty fortunate, right? I was fortunate compared to some of the stories we've heard from teachers and educational assistants across the province about what they're dealing with as well. And I can say I started teaching in Balfa, Alberta. Shout out to Balfa. I always like to get them on the record. But my second position was I was a vice principal in Forestburg, Alberta. And as a vice principal, I had to fill the timetable a little bit. And I'd only ever taught senior high, a little bit of junior high. When I got to Forestburg, I had to teach grade 2. Now, I gained so much respect for elementary teachers because that, let me tell you, that was a challenge. And I had 27 grade 2 students, and I still remember them very well, but I learned right away just how much those elementary teachers have to manage and balance when they've got so many students coming with all different forms of abilities. And consider as well, you know, this was pre-COVID times. We've talked about the learning loss and the other impacts of these young people having to live through a global pandemic. Although I will add, teaching grade 2 physical education was one of the best experiences of my life because we would play, I wouldn't do this now, but we would play boys against girls soccer, and it was 20 boys versus 7 girls, and I would be on the girls team and we would dominate. So, just saying. So anyways, I want to get a little bit more to this bill, but I wanted to just frame it by saying, you know, there's a few of us in this chamber who've actually been in classrooms and get firsthand how important this piece of legislation is. And I really respect, I hate to have to follow her, I really respect the work and the effort that the member from Calgary-Beddington and as well the education critic, the member from Edmonton-Whitemud have put into this bill and the conversations that they've had. Because what they've done is they've gone out to schools, they've actually talked to teachers and to parents and to the key stakeholders and to students as well, the people for whom we should be making these decisions. We should always be keeping students' interests at the top of our minds. So what is Bill 202 trying to do? If passed, as mentioned by my colleague, boards will be required to report to the minister on various aspects of class composition, including the number of students. As has been noted, we're not talking about just a cap, which to counter some of those arguments from the member across the way. The number of students requiring specialized support, the number of English language learners, which as we know, again, that was something me teaching in where I was in rural Alberta, I didn't have many English language learners, and I can tell you the students the teachers in the riding I represent, Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood, they have a lot of newcomer students who bring so much richness and diversity to their classrooms, but also some of those teachers report it being challenging to really meet the needs of all those students. So what does this reporting do? Well, it offers transparency to our education system, and it means that those stakeholders I mentioned earlier, teachers, parents, school staff, students will have some sort of understanding, an accurate, a clearer picture of what's happening in Alberta classrooms. Now, I think it's all fair. We should all agree in this chamber that transparency and accountability are good things, although we've seen from this UCP government's record in the past that they don't always agree that transparency and accountability are good things. And I will mention as well, as was noted by my colleague from Calgary-Beddington, it's been 20 years since the last time Alberta had a learning commission, the Alberta Commission on Learning. And I can tell you that was in 2003. That was just after I graduated high school. That's 20 years ago. That's a long time, right? A lot of things have changed since that Commission on Learning. And what will this bill do, Bill 202? It will establish the Commission on Learning Excellence, consisting of 9 members, appointed to make recommendations on class size, composition, impacts of technology, which is an important one as well, education program funding, and other matters. It'll be a research-based approach. That Commission will conduct research, will actually engage with the stakeholders who are most impacted, request necessary information, and provide a report to the minister within 2 years. Now, to give a little background on ACOL, many of us who've been in the classroom remember that commission because we can often point to, well, that was 20 years ago. What did ACOL recommend? It recommended that K-3 classes should on average have 17 students. As I said, when I taught grade 2, we had 27. Grades 4 to 6 classes should have 23 students or fewer. Grades 7 and 9 classes should have 25 students or fewer. And high school classes should have 27 students or higher. I can tell you, and I guess most of the members in this chamber who've got high schools in their riding, especially in the urban areas, it is very rare for a high school class these days to have 27 students or fewer. But that does not mean we should accept it and say that that is just the way it has to be. Absolutely, it doesn't have to be. And since ACOL in 2003, there have been no commissions on the significance of class sizes or composition. So again, it's been 20 years. A lot has changed in 20 years. Alberta's, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I can guarantee you that Alberta's population has ballooned significantly since 2003, and we know that the complexity of classrooms has changed as well. Of course, we don't have data, which is what we're asking for, but I can tell you anecdotally, classroom complexity has absolutely changed since I graduated high school in, well, 2002. And it's interesting, pointing to the track record of this government, that in 2019, the UCP government ended the practice of tracking and really trying to have some sort of accountability for what's happening in schools across this province. And this is where I have to turn to the remarks of the member opposite. Now, he has a lot of concerns about fiscal responsibility. I tried to jot notes down as quickly as I could, but there was a lot there. The member talked, and I'm appreciative of this. He talked about the importance of caring for the education of his own children and children in his riding as well, but was worried about the costs. Now, this is absolutely laughable to claim fiscal responsibility at a time when this government is spending millions to give money, to give contracts to their pals, $2 million for the panel on COVID, I can't remember the long title for it, $250,000 of which those dollars were given to Preston Manning, right? And speaking of, the need for education and, teachers being able to spend more one-on-one time with students, perhaps that's a lesson that this education minister and this government should keep in mind, because we know that Manning desired in that report for an emphasis on alternative scientific narratives, right? So, at a time when we need evidence-based decision-making, right? At a time when we need data, this government is ignoring it. And
other members are wishing to join the debate. The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I should say I apologize. Just appreciate the opportunity to rise, and I know there are lots of individuals in the House who would like to speak to this particular piece of legislation, so I'll be fairly quick. But I had to rise as in response to the Honourable Member's comments about evidence-based results, Madam Speaker. I can tell you I have had the privilege of serving in this chamber almost 10 years. You said anecdote. In the great constituency of Rimbey, Rocky Mountain House, Sundre. And let me talk about evidence. When that honourable member's party was in power, nothing happened in my constituency for any school-age children. No schools got built. Nothing positive at all happened for K-12 students inside the great constituency of Rimbey, Rocky Mountain House, Sundre. Now fast forward to 2019, and they went to that side of the aisle. They got fired by Albertans and sent over there. How many terms? Well, now they've lost twice, Madam Speaker, to the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs. He's wanted to know. But they got sent over there, and we came over to this side and got to become government, Madam Speaker. And we got the Honourable Minister of Health, who was at that time the Honourable Minister of Education. And I can tell you in the communities like Rocky Mountain House, 2 brand new schools, Madam Speaker, that we beg the NDP to invest when it comes to rural Alberta, Madam Speaker. The reality is, the more you hear the NDP get up, including with this piece of legislation, the more you realize that they have no idea where rural Alberta is. But they want to rise and act as if they're champions for rural Alberta and for rural Alberta students, Madam Speaker. And they get really mad because they don't like this pointed out. But this is the fundamental flaw with the NDP and their legislation that they have before the chamber today, Madam Speaker, is that they're writing legislation about something they have no idea about. They're talking about things that they have no idea about, Madam Speaker, and they get upset. You can hear them. You hear them, Madam Speaker, heckling away. That usually means we're getting to something very sensitive when they start to act like that. particularly the honourable member for St. Albert. We know we're getting somewhere good when she starts to heckle like that. It is ridiculous to see the official opposition continue to get up in this chamber and try to act as if this bill or anything that they'd ever done is actually in the best interest of our children, Madam Speaker, because the proof is when they were in government. They did nothing for the communities I represent. Not one thing when it came to education, whereas this government delivered multiple schools for my constituents and has made sure that our education system has worked. The former Minister of Education, now the Minister of Health, was also one of my trustees when I was in official opposition, so she can speak to the fact that none of my communities got anything from the NDP government. Not one thing. They let them continue to suffer when it came to that. Nothing that I see in this legislation will anyway be able to address that issue. God forbid if there was ever an NDP government. Though I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, I hear they're thinking of changing their name because they want everybody to forget that they're a socialist party who devastated our province, who did nothing for the education system, Madam Speaker, including with this bill. Now, I think they could probably try to change their names, but they won't change their stripes, Madam Speaker. And Albertans are going to still know what behavior you will see from the official opposition, and particularly when it comes to education, which is not proper investments in education, and certainly not in rural Alberta. Certainly not in rural Alberta, Madam Speaker. Certainly not in rural Alberta. They don't care about rural Alberta, and this legislation here makes that there's nothing in here in their bill that would prevent the abuse that we saw by the NDP government for rural communities. Not just on schools, Madam Speaker. You saw it on things like agriculture legislation and other components where they just don't care about rural Alberta, Madam Speaker. So I really encourage the members to come to rural Alberta. You know, we saw in question period today, Madam Speaker, a member get up and talk about the great town of Rimbey. Great place. Martha and Henry, Ralph Klein's Martha and Henry Rimbey. And then get up and talk about Ponoka as if it was Rimbey. Rimbey is on the west side of Highway 2, quite far away from Ponoka, completely different communities. Madam Speaker, what's next? They're going to call Olds Airdrie? They have no idea about the whole province that is outside of a place like Calgary and Edmonton, and they don't show that with this legislation. But the honourable member gets up here and professes to bring legislation forward with this private member's bill, Madam Speaker, to help rural Alberta. But it won't help rural Alberta, Madam Speaker. Do you know what will help rural Alberta? This government. Continuing to elect a Conservative government, Madam Speaker, who will continue to stand up for rural Alberta. And that's why the honourable members should go back to the drawing board and try better. Because they continue to bring forward legislation to this chamber that does not address the very issue that they say they will address. It's outrageous. Now, I'll give you another one. And they should consider maybe bringing forward an amendment on this private bill around this. And that is to deal with carbon tax in the relationship to schools. The reality is that any of us who are rural MLAs who spend time with our school boards, I have 4 school boards, the number one issue, Madam Speaker, that school boards raise with me is the cost of the carbon tax for both their transportation costs and for their school. But those honourable members continue to stand up in this chamber and vote each and every time with Mr. Singh and Justin Trudeau to continue to ram the carbon tax down Albertans' throats, Madam Speaker. So if they truly want to help with education, let's help school boards with their biggest cost, which is transportation of students in rural Alberta. But they continue to jam that tax in and make sure that rural Alberta, who pays way more for it. Now, they don't understand that, Madam Speaker. That's why when they were in government, they brought forward a program in relation to the carbon tax. And it's very relevant to school boards. Go talk to school boards. That's why this should be in this legislation, Madam Speaker, to fix it. But they brought forward a program, you'll remember this, Madam Speaker, with light bulbs and shower heads. They were going to take everybody's carbon tax and they're buying light bulbs and shower heads. But here's where they really messed up, Madam Speaker, and it shows they don't understand rural Alberta, including with this bill. You know what they messed up? The shower heads didn't work for low pressure water lines that we have in rural Alberta because they don't know anything about rural Alberta. So don't pretend to be a champion of rural Alberta. And they're certainly not a champion of kids. Because when they were in power, they also built no schools, Madam Speaker. They didn't get any schools built, not urban or rural, did nothing. Do you know who did though, Madam Speaker? The Honourable, the Education Minister, now the Honourable Minister of Health, who continue to build schools, Madam Speaker. The largest reason why this NDP government got fired and got sent to the opposition benches where they are, you know, Madam Speaker, I love it. They don't like it. They are mad, Madam Speaker. They're mad at Albertans. They're mad at Albertans who have rejected them not once, but they've rejected them twice. So much so that they have to try to change their name to try to trick Albertans, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to 23B, which says speaks to matter other than the question under discussion. For last, I don't know, however minutes, I didn't hear a word about what this bill is about. And we are discussing quite an important bill, quite an important issue. And I think all we heard is rhetoric, which has nothing to do with this bill. It will be helpful that it's about future of our kids, future of our public education, if we keep our discussion about this bill, what this bill is doing.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The Honourable Minister spoke at great length about this particular bill, about education, about schools, about the lack of schools that the opposition members failed to put up during their time in government during the 2015 to 2019 period. The fact that they continue to heckle over and over again may have prevented the Honourable Opposition Deputy House Leader from hearing the Minister's comments, but he certainly referred to the bill at great lengths as it relates to education throughout his submissions. This is a debate. The member is free to exercise his right to debate as so long as it pertains to the bill. He's spoken about the bill at great lengths, Madam Speaker. This is not a point of order.
Members, I would tend to agree this is a matter of debate. However, I also tend to agree it was very loud in here and hard to hear the member who was speaking. So perhaps we could try this again with the remaining time. 3 minutes. The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I didn't catch how much time I have left.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, perfect. Well, I will try to get it all done in 3 minutes, Madam Speaker, and look forward to maybe being able to speak about this as well as if it gets to committee of the whole, but I suspect it won't because this legislation is faulty, Madam Speaker, and is yet again the NDP playing politics and not working on getting real results for Albertans. Again, Madam Speaker, the number one issue facing Alberta schools in rural Alberta, and the Honourable Member got up and talked about rural Alberta, so it's very relevant to this legislation. And I'm always happy, Madam Speaker, to educate the NDP about rural Alberta, where we are, what we do inside rural Alberta, and invite them at any time to be able to come and experience the true rural Alberta in my constituency any time. In fact, I would love it if they would come there, besides just to go on vacation and actually talk to real people. But the number one issue that is taking place when it comes to rural school boards, hands down, is the cost of the carbon tax on those school boards. Every rural member in this House who has met with the school boards know that is the number one thing that will be raised by the school boards. Nothing inside Bill 202 deals with that, Madam Speaker. Because as we know, the NDP have to do what their federal leader tells them to do. And the federal leader has continued to tell the NDP over and over that they must stand with the job-killing carbon tax, which is so brutal for the entire social services sector and for the education industry, Madam Speaker. They are making it harder to get children to school. They're making it harder to build schools, Madam Speaker, and they're making it harder for all Albertans to be able to succeed, Madam Speaker, including children in our K-12 system. And they don't want to be reminded about that, Madam Speaker, but I want to stress that very much, that this is an NDP policy. It's being shored up for Justin Trudeau by their leader, and the NDPs, for some of my new colleagues, they may not know this, but they're the same party federally and provincially. The exact same organization. They must take their marching orders from Mr. Singh, which is why they've stood in this House each and every time and voted to keep the carbon tax, voted to support Justin Trudeau on that dreadful tax that is impacting everyday Albertans, Madam Speaker. And that's why in Bill 202, They have not brought forward a solution for the biggest issue, which is the cost of the NDP Liberal carbon tax, Madam Speaker. So I encourage all of my colleagues to vote against this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, and get back to work and made up to help Albertans.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 202, Education Amendment Act, class composition reporting and standard. And obviously, the member opposite didn't realize what bill he was debating or speaking on, so he's just going to, spew the normal rhetoric that we hear in here every day. But what I will say, one of his points that was really sort of weird, or led me to believe that why I know he didn't read it, is he said this bill does nothing for rural Alberta. I don't think he realizes that we would collect data in all areas of Alberta, Madam Speaker. That means all school boards. That means all schools. That means complexity in all schools. So maybe the minister will stop yakking for a minute and just read the bill. That would be great. So I'm going to talk a little bit about why this piece of legislation is important. And, I think just last week, was it? Or I think it was last week, Madam Speaker, that was that Inclusion Alberta had a fundraiser. And I am quite sure, Madam Speaker, that a number of the members opposite have attended that fundraiser. I've seen some of them there. I wasn't able to go this year, but I've seen them in previous years. I've seen them talk about the work that Inclusion Alberta does. I've seen them actually even use the word inclusion. Not that I'm convinced they fully understand what that means in classrooms, but I have heard them say it. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that Inclusion Alberta is a provincial body. It's actually a national body, but Inclusion Alberta is the provincial body that works really hard in this province to ensure that kids have inclusive education. Now, what we need to know in this place about inclusion, it's more than just a word. It's more than just a word that you use in this place, but it requires investment, it requires energy, and it requires oversight. Yes. And the first step that you have to take is you need information. Yes. You have to know exactly what you're dealing with. Yeah. And so for these members to continuously talk about the good work that groups like Inclusion Alberta do, and they do good work, but they do engage in good work, Madam Speaker. They do great work, and they advance inclusion at many different levels. But for these members opposite to show up to these events and to talk about inclusion but not actually comprehend the value of this piece of legislation is a bit shocking. Because what this piece of legislation does is say, we need some information about the number of kids in classrooms and the complexity in classrooms, because it can get actually beyond just bad for our kids and bad for the future, it can actually be dangerous. It can be very dangerous. Yeah. So, if we want to invest in our kids, we all know that we need to invest in education. I think we can all agree, no matter what party we're from, that we need to invest in education, great education, because our kids are our future. But let me tell you, if you are not investing in all children, and that means an inclusive education, because not every child needs the same thing, and not every child learns the same way, and the only way that you can know what they need is if you have data and information. And I loved what my colleague said about this piece of legislation, is that information makes good policy, and I wish I could remember the actual quote, but I didn't write it down, and I apologize for that. But she is quite right, is that we can't make realistic changes that are going to change lives and change the future without actually knowing how deep the problem is and where the problem is. So how do we keep our kids safe in school? And this is another issue. How do we keep our kids safe in school is that we fund classrooms appropriately. Yeah. Because when we do that, when we don't do that, Madam Speaker, we create situations where all kinds of things can happen. Now, I think that even the new members in this place will understand, again, that the UCP have demonstrated very clearly over and over again, and we're seeing it right now, that they are opposed to sunlight, Madam Speaker. They don't like the sunlight. Yeah. They don't like to know what the actual problem is. They don't like to know the facts. They like rhetoric. They like to point fingers at Ottawa. They like to heckle. They like to laugh, but they don't actually like the facts. And the facts is what this piece of legislation is trying to do is, let's not presuppose that we know there's a problem. We do know there's a problem, but let's not presuppose we know how big the problem is. Let's figure out exactly what the problem is. And that's what this bill does. And this is a government that is patently unwilling to know the extent of the problem and to collect data. Instead, they'd like to take petty little shots over there about what we are as a government, what we stand for, and point fingers like they do because they're incapable of taking responsibility. And I will add, it is their responsibility, squarely on their shoulders, that we don't have the data that we need. We don't know the depth of the complexity. We don't know how big the classrooms are because this government, the UCP government, decided that's not important. We know that that's not true. And let me tell you, when you don't understand the complexity or the depth of complexity in classrooms, you're opening yourself up to all kinds of problems. And by opening yourself, by us, I mean the province of Alberta. It's not just an individual school or school board or location. It is all of us, and it's our future. Let me tell you one of the things that happens when you don't meet the needs. Honestly, don't know what's so funny about this, but let me tell you about what happens when you don't meet the needs of children. And we often say they're coded, they have different codes, they've been assessed in different ways, from a learning disability to cerebral palsy to a brain injury to autism to Down syndrome, whatever it may be, whatever the disability may be. But if you have a classroom that has too many children, not enough educators, and not enough EAs, and not enough physical space, and not enough resources, and not enough technology, and not enough accessibility, you end up using things like segregation rooms and isolation rooms, Madam Speaker, and that's what happens. Now, fun fact, when the NDP formed government, one of the things that we did, because we knew it was important to do, was to stop using isolation rooms because we know that they're dangerous. They impede children's learning, not to mention the damage they do on their mental health, not to mention the damage they do in the classroom environment. So instead of properly funding classrooms and the complexity of classrooms, this government chose, let's bring that back. Let's bring back the use of isolation rooms or segregation rooms or whatever you want to call them. And that's not okay, because nobody learns that way, particularly children with disabilities. And I'll tell you, when you don't include a child in their education, and by include, I don't mean just plop them down on a desk in the classroom. I mean ensure that you have the tools and the resources and the staffing so that they can learn and they can be all that they can be. And let me tell you, when you do it properly, they go on to post-secondary education and they go on to employment. And maybe they don't. Maybe they do something else, but they are better off, as is their mental health and their family and their friends. But when you fail to make that investment, you're asking for all kinds of problems, and then you're going to end up in a system like we have here in Alberta, persons with developmental disabilities, that pays for staffing. For adults with developmental disabilities, is that number going down ever? No. The complexity is going up. People are more unemployed. People are staying home. They're in dangerous situations. And all of that because sometimes we miss it by not investing properly in education, in early education specifically. Now, this UCP government stopped collecting data, stopped checking on class sizes. Not only that, they cut PUF funding. And for the newbies in here that don't really know that file yet, I will explain it. PUF stands for Program Unit Funding. And what that is funded early intervention. And what the UCP government did at the time, last term, was they cut PUF funding so there was one less year for kids to receive early intervention. Now, I don't care what side of this aisle you're from, and you have got to know that early intervention is a huge investment. It is massive, and it allows kids to be successful through school. But again, another example of this particular government not seeing the big picture and certainly not seeing the future. Now, I will tell you in St. Albert, the school boards, the two school boards, but I will specifically point to the St. Albert Public School Board that I think it was a couple of years ago, and I know that then Minister of Education received a copy of it. That didn't seem to faze her. But what the report did was really counteract some of the stuff that was coming from the government. The government said, no, we didn't cut it, it's all good, don't look over here. They did cut it, And as a result, it meant less hours of support and intervention for the kids in St. Albert Public. And it wasn't just a few hundred hours, it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. The kids were not getting the supports they needed. And then it talked about the pressures it put on other systems. So we know there is a real life, real world implication to cutting early supports. Now, if this government's going to continue to damage education, particularly for students with complex needs, if they're going to continue on that path, I would suggest that they should support this piece of legislation so at least they know how bad the problem is, or maybe where to invest.
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister of Education.
I'll be quick. I don't need the whole time, Madam Speaker. And should I sit down? I'll wait.
I don't know what's going on. Let's just give us a minute. Let's try and sort this. Just hit it. Turn it off and on. Hansard. What do you want to do? Oh, you reset the whole system. You broke it.
Well, fantastic. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad we were able to get technical difficulties sorted out. Just rising today to talk a little bit about the bill before the Assembly and agree with a lot of the commentary from my colleague, the Minister of Seniors, Community and Housing as well, with a lot of his concerns. You know, I know he was talking a little bit about the carbon tax, and it was interesting because I've had some recent conversations with some of our school divisions who have on their own accord, come to me and given me a full picture about some of the costs that they're incurring as a result of the carbon tax. And I didn't actually know, but interestingly, they're not eligible to receive any of the rebates that others might receive. So they're having to deal with some significant cost escalation that school divisions are documenting that is directly attributable to the carbon tax and to the projected increase. The member's yelling because the member doesn't believe I had these conversations. But of course, I can assure you, and those are indeed facts. And it's a fact. I don't know how we can disagree with the fact that a carbon tax increases cost. I mean, that's the primary purpose of it, is to increase cost and to subsequently alter behavior of consumers so that they will make more informed decisions. So I don't think we need to provide a mountain of evidence before the Assembly when I say that school boards are concerned about rising costs due to the carbon tax. I think that we can all expect that, because I know the members opposite like to talk a lot about the fact that they're hearing about a lot of the affordability challenges, which is indeed occurring, and many Albertans are struggling with the rising costs, and they should know full well that Albertans, organizations, and school divisions are all having to contend with increasing costs, partly due to the carbon tax and its slated increase. All that aside and being said, with respect to the bill, as my colleague mentioned, I would encourage members of the Assembly to vote against the bill, and that's for a number of reasons. I'm concerned with the bill, Madam Speaker, because there's a lot of unnecessary elements in here. As an example, this proposed commission that the bill contemplates developing states that the commission must work to research and analyze information about education programs, consult. So just on that first part, research and analyze information about education programs, that's, we have some really fantastic individuals that work within the Ministry of Education, assistant deputy ministers, executive directors, and others, and I know they spend a lot of their time doing precisely that type of work. So I'm not sure why we need a commission to replicate a lot of the work that's already occurring within the ministry. Secondly, the bill calls upon the Commission to consult with individuals and organizations representing boards, students, and teachers that it considers necessary. Also something that I think is quite repetitive, because that's the job of the minister, that's the job of other members of the minister's office and staff, is to do precisely that, is to make sure that they are consulting with teachers, organizations representing boards, students, and other groups. As an example of that work, just this morning I had the opportunity to participate at the fall convention of the Alberta School Boards Association, hear a little bit and take some questions from them and hear a little bit about their priorities and collective concerns. I've also continued a practice of previous ministers and constituted a Ministers' Youth Council. We met for the first time over the weekend a few weeks back in October, and had an opportunity to hear directly from some amazing students across the province about their concerns and priorities. And so that work is already underway, and it's something that the Minister of Education should be doing. So I'm not sure why we need a commission to do that. Furthermore, I'm also concerned with some of the timelines that the bill highlights. If I remember correctly, the bill says that a commission must be up and running, and I know it's not doesn't need to be that specific date, but does provide a deadline that the commission should be up and running by December 31st of 2024. So there's no way the commission, unless of course it is put in place a little bit earlier, but if it is put in place close to that deadline, there's no way the commission would be able to really get any work underway until 25. And then subsequently, I believe it's stipulated here that the commission should report back within 2 years. So we won't have any information from this commission until 2027. The very latest. And again, I know we can constitute the commission a little bit earlier if possible, but so we wouldn't see any real information from this commission until 2026, 2027. So, and I hear the member making some comments. I'm happy to welcome an interjection if he wants. But in my mind, it's a very, very long period of time, and furthermore, there's work that needs to be done and there's work that needs to get underway immediately, and that's what I'm focused on, and that's what Alberta's government is focused on, Madam Speaker, is getting the job done and getting the work done by having very open and frank conversations with our school divisions and seeing some of the population challenges that we have in the province. We know that the Alberta Advantage is back and booming once again. It's very clear through the numbers that many more Canadians and people from around the world are choosing to call Alberta home once again, which is great to see. When we were first elected as government 4 years ago, our primary objective was to do just that, was to restart the economy, was to make Alberta a place of hope and opportunity once again, to make it a beacon and a magnet that attracts people from around the world. And I'm so happy to see that we've been successful in that goal, as we see that reflected by the fact that thousands and thousands and thousands of people are choosing to call Alberta home. As an example, Madam Speaker, from April 1st of 2022 to April 1st of 2023, Alberta's population grew by 200,000 just in that 12-month period, which is quite remarkable. And so it's really encouraging to see that Alberta's back, that Alberta's booming, that people are once again finding opportunity in our incredible province. Now, certainly with that kind of increase in population, it presents some pressures on our school divisions and presents pressures with respect to enrollment. So Our government is focused on expanding the number of schools in our growing communities to be able to accommodate that growth and demand, as well as to continue to explore. I know the member for St. Albert was talking about classroom complexity and PUF and other complex needs, and that's precisely why the Premier has asked me to take a look at the program unit funding, to take a look at classroom complexity. In particular, the Premier has called upon me to increase screening for autism and other learning and cognitive delays and disabilities early, because it's very important that we identify those needs and challenges as early as possible to give our kids the support that they need. If we can make sure that we build the right foundation, we set them up for success. I think we can all agree with that. So that's a priority for us. Again, just want to encourage my colleagues and all members to vote against the bill. Again, I think there's a number of unnecessary elements here, and I further believe that it's important for government to get to work and to, as we are in building new schools, as I mentioned a couple of times in this House through question period and other opportunities over the last 4 years. Alberta's government has moved ahead with 98 school projects, and when the NDP was in power, that number was approximately 47. So it's important that we continue moving forward with school projects. It's important that we continue providing funding for classroom complexity and addressing the concerns of students. So I mentioned to the member from Yellowhead that I wouldn't take up all of the time because I think he wanted to jump in on the conversation. So I'll leave it there, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy for the opportunity to speak to the bill this evening. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary-Klein.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and speak in support of the bill put forward by the member from Calgary-Beddington. And just as a reminder, what the bill is actually trying to address is very straightforward. I know there was a lot of meandering conversation about, various other items here, but we're talking about introducing not only the idea of reporting back on class sizes, which, to be frank, I am hearing from many Calgarians is in just a desperate state. We're hearing stories about people having classes in hallways, in areas that aren't designated for learning, and definitely not conducive to learning. So we're talking about reporting back on class sizes. We're talking about reporting back on class composition. We know that the last few years have been very, very tough on our education system, on our professionals and the experts in education, our teachers. And what we're hearing from them is that in addition to some of the learning loss that people experienced over the course of the pandemic, there are other complicating factors that are having an impact on how classrooms are able to function. We know that we have a lot of newcomers. The idea that one teacher with not enough supports would be able to meet the needs of, first of all, that first piece of responsibility, which is educating students and following the curriculum and providing support for those students, which we know can be complex just on a day-to-day basis for any student. When we're thinking about downloading that responsibility onto a teacher on top of having to account for the learning losses that were experienced over the pandemic, on top of having to determine what the needs are for many of our newcomers, and then in addition to all of this, wanting to obfuscate the information that we can get about what's needed in a classroom just makes absolutely no sense to me. We are asking for that if this bill is passed, that we establish a commission on learning excellence. The last time we did this was in 2003. I don't think it is beyond the pale to require reporting and to do an analysis of what's happening in our classrooms and to be upfront and transparent about it to Albertans. This is on class composition, on class size, on funding formulas, and what we need to do to adequately meet the needs of our students. And I think on either side of the aisle, we can agree, and we hear, comments to this effect that students are our future and that they're the future leaders of this province. So the idea that we would not want to pass a bill to adequately meet their needs, to proactively get the information from the experts about what is needed in a classroom is just beyond me. So I do hear from a lot of families in my constituency about the state of their class sizes, on top of the affordability crisis, the impact that has on a student's day-to-day, on their ability to focus and to concentrate. And, we know that this has been a concern for Alberta families for a long time. And you see, Madam Speaker, in 2019, this government actually decided to end the practice of classroom size reporting. I find it interesting that any government would rush to stop collecting the data about such a critical service that we provide to Albertans, one that feeds into our post-secondary system, one that feeds into our economy by providing students and citizens that are engaged, that are educated, that feel confident about their areas of specialization once they leave high school. But that's exactly what this government did in 2019. So why would a government willfully obfuscate important information to make decisions on staffing and on how we provide students support when we hear all the time that this is sorely needed? And I'm not really sure what conversations the members on the opposite side are having or with whom, but something that I've heard easily since the spring over the course of the work that I've done for many years in constituency offices is just how desperate people are to get supports for their students in their classrooms. In addition to what I've been hearing from folks on the ground, I am myself the mother of 2 students in the Calgary Public School Board. Now I can say that in our family we've also experienced times where the learning complexities required that we get extra, that we actually have extra analysis done on exactly what one particular student needed. And at the time, when we were under Conservative governments, we weren't able to get what we needed. It took years. And it took until we actually had an NDP government that was willing to invest not only in analyzing the composition and on investing on staffing in schools and building schools. It wasn't until then, until they were also giving funds to being able to do, I'm trying to think of the word right now. It wasn't until we were able to get funding for them to provide proper supports to students with special needs that we were able to actually get a diagnosis for my daughter. And since then, things have gone much more smoothly. She feels much more prepared and much more supported. I'm thinking back to some of the things that the members opposite have pointed out about fiscal responsibility, and I can't help but think about what the cost of not investing in our schools, in our students, especially when they're at such a critical time and in such dire need, with so many other factors outside of the classroom weighing on their ability to learn. I think about the cost down the line, and I think when we reduce providing supports to a line item, we often fail to see the greater cost to our communities as a whole. Now, we know on this side of the aisle that we want to ensure that every child receives a high-quality, relevant, inclusive education where they're safe and supported. We know that if we're able to pass this bill, boards would be required to report to the minister on various aspects of class composition, including how many students, the number of how many students, how many require specialized support, specifically, and I think more importantly in the times that we're in right now, the number of English language learners that we need to be supporting, and really reporting is transparency. So, I mean, I know that we have a history of this government not being fond of transparency, but I think that in this case, especially when our students and our children are concerned, that is critical. That's critical. Parents want to know why it is so much harder for their students to get support in their classroom. They're hearing from their social circles, from professionals, from the teachers in their school. We want to be able to help your student, but I simply don't have time. This is one of the things that I've been hearing from parents that have come to me talking about the lack of supports available for their children. So the education, Bill 202, Education Class Composition Reporting and Standard Amendment Act, it's a step towards strengthening our Alberta's education system.
The Honourable Member for West Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak about Bill 202, the Education Class Size and Composition Amendment Act. As a father of two young children, this bill, for me, hits especially close to home, as my kids will be entering the education system soon, and as such, I do have a keen interest in making sure that my kids and all Albertan children are set up for success. You know, I've heard a number of people on both sides of the aisle make comments about this bill today, and I will say, like the member who just spoke, talked about investing in our schools and our children, and I agree wholeheartedly that that's something the government needs to do. Unfortunately, this bill does not do that. I heard members talk about going out and talking to teachers. I appreciate that. I'm fortunate that I get to go home and talk to teachers. My mother was a teacher in the elementary system for over 35 years. My sister has been a teacher for about the same length of time in a number of different countries. And my wife has been a high school teacher in BC and Alberta for over 15 years. And I'll tell you that the message that I've heard for several decades from educators is government makes so many decisions around education and around the funding, and there's always a project to do and a project to invest in. And teachers broadly are saying just put the money into classrooms. They don't need more reports. They don't need more commissions struck up. They need money put in classrooms. And this bill does nothing to address money being put in classrooms. It's creating another panel. It's creating another committee. When the members talk about classroom sizes, yes, that's very important. Classroom complexity, very important. But this bill does nothing to actually address classroom sizes or complexity. It captures data. And the reality is, the data that's been reported over the years, from 2004 to 2019, the government put $3.4 billion towards class size reporting. And guess what happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. This $3.4 billion did not yield desired results. My wife's been a teacher throughout that entire time, and her classroom sizes got bigger. In fact, from 2015 to 2019, they grew exponentially. As the Minister of Community and Social Services mentioned earlier, the NDP did not put money into rural Alberta classrooms, into rural Alberta schools. I'm not sure if they understand that rural Alberta is outside of the boundaries of Edmonton. And
just a little bit outside.
And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, as I say, that was $3.4 billion that did not go into classrooms and into reducing the size of classrooms or the complexity in those classrooms that should have. So another one that I'd like to address is that this bill does nothing to actually talk about administrative burden. A friend of mine recently told me about running PUF programming through the program that she is involved with. And in her words, PUF programming funding is not the issue. The administrative burden is. Their program can run one support staff for every 3 children that receive PUF funding. And yet I know countless stories of kids who are receiving PUF funding in our education stream that get 0 supports. And
I hesitate to interrupt, but the time for consideration of this item of business has concluded.
Motion other than government motion, 502, Member Calhoun Stones.
The member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Legislative Assembly of Alberta, effective November 30th, 2022, be amended in Standing Order 6 by adding, followed by an Indigenous land acknowledgement. Immediately after, the Speaker shall offer prayers. Mr. Speaker, if passed, this motion would ensure that an Indigenous land acknowledgement would take place every morning as we gather. I confess this feels odd to speak on the importance of a land acknowledgement. For me, it's self-evident that the land supersedes all else. I was born thinking this way. I was raised to appreciate, pray, respect, and honor the land as my relative, my kin. I know these things intrinsically. In Nehiawawin, in the Cree language, we call this mutual recognition and interrelationship as Wakotowin, which encompasses the ecological balance of land, water, air, body, and our relationship to one another. The challenge in trying to explain this concept self-reflexively is, well, the gesture of a land acknowledgement is an important opportunity, but it needs to be meaningful. It needs to matter. This is a chance to reconstitute the Indigenous and settler worldviews in this place and space as equal and legitimate. To advance reconciliation by distributing the rightful recognition to the land as its due. To even take a step further, a land acknowledgement calibrates our associated point of views regardless of who we are or where we come from. It calls on us to think seriously about what the land means to each of us. It prompts us to think of the land with affection. And it reminds us of those who steward the land and were responsible for the lands and water long before Westminster Parliamentary Legislative Assembly process was established in this region. A land acknowledgement can make us feel and think things in a good, positive way. But from a procedural point of view, a land acknowledgement ought to do 4 things. First, a land acknowledgement today is in essence a decontextualized Indigenous practice. We always open our work, our ceremonies, our important events, our gatherings, depending on the nation, but we pray, we lift our pipes, we sing songs, we feast together, and we give thanks to the land. In our Indigenous practices, we pay respect always before we commence our work. Having our Speaker deliver a land acknowledgement is a way that this Assembly can pay a respect in a decontextualized way. The Legislative Assembly is filled with decontextualized and symbolic acts. In the case of a land acknowledgement at the first session every week would be the restoration of a practice and a respect like other symbolic acts like the mace processional, the prayer, or even the national anthem. Secondly, a land acknowledgement resurfaces the buried history of original First Peoples who have lived within and across the boundaries of our province for millennia. By naming those nations in the language that they use to describe themselves, it reifies their unique, beautiful, cultural, living contribution to our province. That is, within what we call Alberta today, the ancestral territory of the Nehiyaw, the Nitsitzipi, the Iska, the Negawe, the Dene, the Kootenay, the Haudenosaunee, and the extended western homelands of the Métis peoples. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples articulates the inherent right of Indigenous peoples to inhabit, define, protect, and practice our inalienable rights on our traditional territories. A land acknowledgement declares appropriately the traditional territory of our Indigenous nations. Thirdly, a land acknowledgement honors the peace and friendship, the peaceful coexistence of Indigenous and non-Indigenous people within our distinct treaty. Treaties are a binding agreement. They are law. They ensure the rights and privileges of all people in this region are shared with mutual respect and recognition, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. There are 5 numbered treaties that reach within the provincial boundaries of Alberta. Edmonton and the Legislative Assembly, of course, sits on Treaty 6, a beautiful stretch of land that extends from the Red Deer River in the south, north to the Athabasca, west from the Rocky Mountains, all the way east to Saskatchewan. There are many signs for counties, cities, towns, rivers, bridges in our province, but there are very few for treaty regions. Being able to know when you've crossed a treaty boundary without a sign is something we learn by looking closely and reading the changing geography, knowing the names of rivers and hills and hearing stories of place names from elders and developing a deep love in all the subtleties of the beautiful land. We know we have crossed into Treaty 8 once the wide Athabasca and the rolling prairies give way to thick pine, spruce, and the dense boreal forest. Sometimes there are signs on Highway 43 near Whitecourt, for example. But you really can feel it when you've reached the woodland in the Northern Cree and the Dene of Treaty 8. We know when we're in Treaty 7 when we've passed Red Deer River, and on a clear day you can see the mountains in the west. The lands get flat out there and it gets drier and windier the further south and east that you go. The native grasses of the Badlands and the Blackfoot territory, they blow in the wind along with the tumbleweeds. If you go west, we reach the foothills, the territory of Iyarhe Iyathka, the Nakota Sioux, now in what we call Kananaskis. We leave out so much when we do not account for the land that is covered in our treaties. Lastly, land acknowledgements convey the spirit of reconciliation. In fact, most land acknowledgements sprung out of the rush to adhere to the Truth and Reconciliation 94 calls to action. The TRC did not explicitly say you should do land acknowledgements, but it was a gesture of a genuine place to reflect the spirit of reconciliation if, in fact, it doesn't achieve it. Within the 94 calls to action are many appeals to every level of government, including this one. And we have to reconcile the injustices and the legacy of the Indian residential schools. These actions include consultations, investments, reparations, responsible policy, and meaningful legislation. This work our government can and is expected to execute to the best of all of our abilities. Establishing a land acknowledgement at the opening of our weekly session is a reminder that this work is vital and it's ongoing for each and every one of us in this room. Land acknowledgements do these 4 things: practice respect, declare traditional territory, honor treaty, and reflect reconciliation. They do have their shortcomings. They are not perfect. Cynical observers might say a land acknowledgement is performative. There are no shortage of opinions on social media about how they have caused harm. but they are a start. And at their worst, they can do harm, but at their very best, they are crystal clear recognition that Indigenous lives matter. Hi, hi, Aksemaga.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Lesser Slave Lake has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to rise today to speak to this motion of critical importance to me both as an Indigenous person and a member of this Legislative Assembly. I would also like to thank my fellow Indigenous member from Edmonton Rutherford for putting forward this motion. As an Indigenous person, land acknowledgements are something that holds deep significance to me. These acknowledgements are more than just a customary prelude to events or gatherings. They are a vital recognition of the historical and ongoing connection between Indigenous people and their ancestral lands. But for me, more simply put, Mr. Speaker, it's about making me and others like me feel welcome. In a journey where it wasn't always the case. It's the same as when people ask me what I want to be called. Indian, Native, Aboriginal, First People, First Nation, Nietzsche, or Indigenous. I like to say as long as there's no adjective in front of it, I'm good with all the above. But if you ask me my preference, it's to be called Scott Sinclair, because I would like for you to view me as an equal. But when someone at least asks my preference about it, I know they at least comes from a good place and they have a good heart. But land acknowledgements are a small but crucial step towards fostering awareness and understanding of the complex history that Indigenous people share with their territories. Through these acknowledgements, we confront the uncomfortable truths about the injustices that have taken place and that can persist today. However, it is important for me to tell people that I firmly believe that good people are good people, regardless of race, color, culture, or religion. Thank you. I don't believe land acknowledgements are meant to divide or lay blame or guilt people. My genuine hope and intention is to bring people together and to collaborate for a greater good. Every time I watch an Oiler game, I'm filled with joy and optimism thinking about an Indigenous kid for the first time watching Chief Littlechild on the big screen, knowing that it not only makes them feel welcome, it makes them believe that the world isn't so big and impossible and that they can do or become anything. Moreover, land acknowledgements offer an opportunity for education and allyship. By publicly acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land, non-Indigenous people are encouraged to learn about the unique histories, customs, and challenges faced by Indigenous communities. And hopefully, our wicked sense of humor as well, which I know is one of our unique superpowers. It's okay to giggle a little bit too. Beyond verbal recognition, there is a need for tangible efforts to support Indigenous communities, uphold their rights, and promote a genuine process of reconciliation. Or better yet, Mr. Speaker, reconciliation. This is why I'm glad to see that our government is consistently taking meaningful action to create true and lasting reconciliation with Indigenous communities across this province. Our government has made commendable progress on more than 20 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. Some notable achievements include collaboration with the Indigenous Wisdom Council to produce a framework for better treatment of Indigenous people in Alberta's health system, the establishment of Alberta's family resource networks to ensure Indigenous families have access to culturally appropriate family supports, and the permanent waiver for Indigenous name changes, just to name a few. While the calls to action serve as a crucial guide, our commitment to reconciliation goes beyond them. I know our government is actively listening to and including Indigenous voices, working collaboratively as partners in various areas such as economic and community development, health, addiction treatments, and justice initiatives. Our commitment to a cross-government collaborative approach with Indigenous partners remains steadfast as we walk the path toward reconciliation together. Mr. Speaker, our government knows the importance of consistent and strong communications about our actions and initiatives. In addition to the progress on the calls to action, Alberta has taken significant steps to honour the TRC's 82nd call to action by establishing a residential school monument, Mother Earth Circling. Healing from the residential school experience on Alberta's legislature grounds, this monument, crafted by Saddle Lake Cree Nation artist Stuart Steinhauer, stands as a meaningful symbol dedicated to survivors and children lost to residential schools. Having attended the unveiling of this monument personally, I was proud and grateful of the good that can come when our government works with Indigenous people towards righting the wrongs of the past. Mr. Speaker, our government has also initiated the Indigenous Learning Initiative and the Indigenous Reconciliation Initiative in direct response to the TRC's 57th, 14th, and 92nd calls to action. These programs support economic independence, collaboration, and economic participation, as well as ideas that enhance, protect, and revitalize Indigenous languages, heritage, culture, and arts. I hope that as Albertans and Canadians, we take notice of the meaningful action our government is undertaking. It inspires them to contribute to reconciliation in their own ways. The journey towards reconciliation is ongoing, and we are committed to advancing it with practical and meaningful actions, along with transparent communications about our initiatives. As an Indigenous member of this Legislative Assembly, I recognize the critical importance of reconciliation between both Indigenous communities and the provincial government. And in my role as an Indigenous MLA, I'm committed to bridging the gap there might be between Indigenous communities and the Alberta government. Reconciliation is not merely a buzzword, Mr. Speaker. It is a fundamental necessity for building a just and inclusive society. It's a path forward. One of the foremost reasons why reconciliation is crucial lies in the need to address historical injustices. Indigenous communities in Alberta have endured centuries of mistreatment, including the residential school system, forced assimilation, and the dispossession of traditional lands. Reconciliation is vital for building trust and collaboration between Indigenous communities and this government, which includes incorporating Indigenous perspectives into decision-making processes through meaningful engagement and consultation with Indigenous communities. Reconciliation truly holds the key to unlocking the full potential of our Indigenous communities, empowering them through education, economic opportunities, and self-governance. It fosters resilience and contributes to the overall well-being of our society and all Albertans and all Canadians. It is crucial that we continue to engage in meaningful consultations with Indigenous communities and leaders and ensure that our policies are inclusive, respectful, and reflective of their unique perspectives. I stand here today knowing that we can create effective and culturally sensitive societies that benefit all Albertans. Recognizing the historical injustices faced by Indigenous people is not only a symbolic gesture, but a commitment to rectifying the systemic issues that persist today. Mr. Speaker, while I strongly believe that land acknowledgements are an important practice in working towards reconciliation, I would like to move the following amendment so it better aligns with the procedures and standing orders of this House.
Prior to moving the amendment, if you can send me a copy of the amendment.
Yep.
And if you just take your seat, you guys can go ahead, it's okay. Go ahead. Grab your seat and then pass through the pages, and then once I get a copy and the table gets a copy and the mover of the motion gets a copy, I'll ask you to proceed. It's okay. Yeah. And then to Trafton, and then directly to the mover. Go ahead. Can you make sure the mover gets an amendment? Oh, does he have the rest? It's okay, go. Honourable members, it's okay. Please proceed. If you can take an amendment to the mover while I'm talking, it's okay. Honourable members, pursuant to standing order. One second here. 41, 5.2b. There are a number of specific requirements with respect to moving a notice of motion for a motion other than government motion. Specifically, 5.2, an amendment to a motion other than government motion moved by a mover may be moved. Oh, Jody.
Whoa. Whoa. A point of order has been called, which is the most egregious of all points of order today. But I apologize and withdraw to the honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford. Pursuant to... it's an example of a very good apology. 41 5.2A be approved by Parliamentary Council no later than Thursday preceding the day the motion is to be moved, which that condition has been met. And B, provided that the mover of the motion is no later than 11 a.m. on the day of the motion is moved, is provided notice of the amendment, of which I believe both have been met. So I'm going to call on the honourable member for Lesser Slave Lake to conclude his remarks, read the motion into the record. He has 2 minutes and 7 seconds remaining.
I move that motion other than Government Motion 502 be amended as follows. A, by striking out effective November 30th, 2022 and substituting effective October 31st, 2023. B, by striking out Standing Order 6 and substituting Standing Order 7-1. C, by striking out followed by N. D, by striking out acknowledgement and substituting acknowledgement first sitting day of each week. And E, by striking out the Speaker shall offer prayers and substituting O Canada first sitting day of each week. November 9th, 2023. I would like to propose this amendment to Motion 502 so that the Indigenous land acknowledgement in the House is delivered weekly. This amendment would make it so an Indigenous land acknowledgement is added immediately after O Canada on the first sitting day of each week under Standing Order 7-1 regarding daily routine. I would like to sincerely thank from the bottom of my heart all the members for their consideration and urge all members of this House to continue making reconciliation one of their guiding principles in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, this will be referred to as Amendment A1. The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford, should she choose to wish to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all members of the Assembly to support this amendment brought forward by the member from Lesser Slave Lake. This cannot be blamed on the carbon tax that you're reducing it from 5 days to 4 days. This is not Trudeau's fault. But I'm grateful for your words and having words spoken about the land, our people. The treaty is a powerful act of reconciliation. Hi, and Anaskaman.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to speak to the amendment? The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable members for bringing forth first the original motion and the amendment. I appreciate the ethos in which we find ourselves with respect to territorial and land acknowledgements. And I just want to remind this chamber that we set the orders of this House and the procedures in which we follow. I'm honored that we are going to be making these acknowledgements and that we are going to be changing the practices of this chamber. I would urge us to consider potentially doing this every single day because we recognize that our treaty rights are at stake every single time that this House makes decisions. For us as Indigenous people, as me, as a Nehio Napio, I am reminded every single day that this place, this colonial institution, has not always been there for us. We recognize that it's not just the provincial legislature, but also the House of Commons, which has not always been our friend. And we have to work every single day to remember the importance of our responsibilities to each other, whether through treaty or our responsibilities to the land as the stewards. I appreciate the wonderful words that were spoken by the honourable member who pushed forward this amendment, and I appreciate the member on this side who is able to so eloquently deliver those remarks in urging this chamber to consider making forward making the changes to the way that our practices and procedures are operating. But I would strongly urge this House to consider doing this every single day as we move forward in all work that we do when we meet with our constituents, when we meet with Indigenous leaders, and when we stand up and represent every single Albertan that deserves to be recognized and appreciated. I am so thankful that we are having this conversation, but I think we can do more, and I would strongly urge that this amendment be defeated.
The amendment, the honourable member for Drayton Valley Devon, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to debate a proposed motion by the opposition which looks to implement a daily acknowledgements while the House is sitting. I would like to begin by stating that this government recognizes the importance of the land acknowledgements, which is why we opened the first sitting of this Assembly with acknowledgement from the Lieutenant Governor during the speech from the throne. In Alberta, as in many other parts of the world, First Nations and Métis land acknowledgements have become a crucial aspect of public events, gatherings, and official proceedings. It has been great to see some of the province's major sports teams, such as the Edmonton Elks, Edmonton Oilers, Calgary Stampeders, and Calgary Flames, adopt this practice in recent years. In addition to sports teams, various education institutions, government officials, and cultural organizations across Alberta have also embraced the tradition of incorporating First Nations and Métis land acknowledgements in their activities. These practices reflects a growing commitment to recognizing and honoring the Indigenous people who have inhabited this land since the immemorials. These acknowledgements hold profound importance in recognizing and respecting the long-standing connection between Indigenous people and the land that they have inhabited for generations. First and foremost, land acknowledgements serve as a reminder of historical and ongoing presence of First Nation and Métis communities in Alberta. They provide an opportunity to acknowledge the diverse culture, languages, and traditions of the Indigenous people who have called this land home for thousands of years. This recognition helps to counteract the erasures of the Indigenous histories and contributors to more inclusive and accurate narrative of the region. Moreover, land acknowledgements play a vital role in fostering reconciliation and building meaningful relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. By openly acknowledging the traditional territories and the impact of colonization, there is a step towards understanding and addressing historical injustice. This recognition lays the foundation for respectful collaboration and partnership between different communities, promoting a sense of unity and shared responsibility for the well-being of the land. In a broad context, First Nations land acknowledgement contribute to the process of the decolonization by challenging stereotypes and promoting a more accurate understanding of the Indigenous people. These acknowledgements encourage individuals to reflect on their own rules and reconciliation and to engage in meaningful dialogues about the complexity of Indigenous settler relationships. In Alberta, where rich cultural diversity of First Nation communities is intertwined with the vast and varied landscapes. Land acknowledgements take on a unique significance. They serve as a symbolic bridge between the past and the present, acknowledging the enduring relationship between Indigenous people and the land while encouraging and collective commitment to a more equitable and harmonious future for all who call Alberta home. As previously mentioned, these acknowledgements are helpful ways to work towards reconciliation. That said, this government strongly believes that the best way to work towards reconciliation is by taking action. That actually helps our First Nation and Métis communities. Our government is committed to providing support and funding that directly addresses the unique needs and challenges faced by the First Nation and Métis communities. This commitment extends beyond mere rhetoric. We recognize the importance of tangible and sustainable initiatives that empower Indigenous people to thrive. In collaboration with Indigenous leaders and community members, our government aims to develop and implement policies that prioritize education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. We understand that the holistic approach is essential to fostering self-determination and resilience with First Nations and Métis population. One way of fulfilling this commitment is through strategic partnership and initiatives that focus on economic reconciliation and prosperity of Indigenous people in Alberta. Our collaborative efforts with the Alberta Indigenous Opportunity Corporation, Aboriginal Businesses Investment Fund, First Nation Development Fund, and the Employment Partnership Program exemplify our dedication to fostering economic inclusion, creating jobs, and improving social outcome in Indigenous communities. The Alberta Indigenous Opportunity Corporation stands as a cornerstone in our commitment to Indigenous prosperity. By increasing its capacity to $3 billion, we are empowering the AOIC to support a broader range of Indigenous investment projects. This includes major pipeline systems, exemplified by a recent $103 million loan guarantee that brought together 5 Indigenous communities to invest collectively. The Aboriginal Business Investment Fund plays a vital role in supporting community-owned Indigenous businesses, thereby creating jobs and enhancing economic development. The recent 50% increase in annual funding to $7.5 million underscores our commitment to fostering Indigenous economic growth. Successful projects like Cayenne Forage, exporting premium haze worldwide, showcasing the positive impact of ABIF. The First Nation Development Fund continues to channel revenues from government-owned slot machines in First Nation casinos back into community-led projects. In 2023-24, nearly $150 million is expected to support projects across 47 nations, Mr. Speaker, ranging from arena renovation to training and development programs. These initiatives reflect our commitment to holistic community, economic, and social developments. The Employment Partnership Program is a crucial tool in our strategy to connect employers and job creators with Indigenous workers. By providing targeted training programs and industry partnership, we are ensuring that Indigenous people, including youth and tradespeople, have opportunity to enhance their job skills and include in Alberta's economy. In 27 funded projects in 2022-23, $4.5 million has been allocated to support Indigenous employment and training, further demonstrating our commitment to building a skilled and diverse workforce, Mr. Speaker. Through these programs and partnerships, our government remains steadfast in its commitment to economic reconciliation, working collaboratively with Indigenous people to create sustainable and thriving communities. These initiatives underscore our dedication to walking the path of reconciliation together and are essential components to our holistic approach to supporting the well-being and prosperity of Indigenous communities in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, as Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous Relations, I would like to assure that this House that our government is committed to fostering meaningful reconciliation through action. While this government wholeheartedly supports the meaning and symbolism behind Indigenous land acknowledgements, we feel a weekly acknowledgement is more suitable as it is more in line with standards House proceedings. This approach ensures consistent and respectful reconciliation with Indigenous people of Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we are on Amendment RA1. If there's no others on RA1, I'm happy to vote on the amendment, and then if there are others who would like to speak to the main motion, they're able to do so. Seeing none, on Amendment RA1, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That amendment is carried. We are on the main motion, and the honourable member for Edmonton West Henday has the call.
Danse Kagiawak, Mr. Speaker, thank you. It is an honour to speak in favour of this motion. With deep roots to this land, I recognize and honour my commitments to the land and those that live on it, our human relations, the four-legged, winged, and those that swim. In recognizing the territory on which we find ourselves, we commit to more than just acknowledging the people who have lived with this land since time immemorial, which is a very good thing, I might add. In recognizing the first people of this land, we also acknowledge that we have deep responsibilities to the land in maintaining it for the next generations and ensuring that the prosperity that we are all benefiting from today is also something that our great-grandchildren and their great-grandchildren can continue benefiting in the same way. This is what was expected when my ancestors entered into the treaty relationship with the forefathers and foremothers of Confederation. Mm-hmm. What was taught to me from my Cookums and my Muslims was that we came together, it was understood that we would be forming a solemn relationship, as witnessed and locked in with our most sacred ceremony. We lifted the pipe to mark the momentous occasion. In doing so, my ancestors and those non-Indigenous ancestors became bound to each other, quote, for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow, end quote. Put another way, in perpetuity, as long as we share this territory that my ancestors have called home and which we now recognize as our current home together. In recognizing the territories that we find ourselves on, wherever we are in this province, we recognize the magnitude of the relationships that exist on the territory. These relationships have existed well beyond the existence of Canada on these lands. We have stories of trade, treaty, intermarriage, war, and yes, even peace on these territories between the nations that have overlapping traditional territories, including where we find ourselves today. In recognizing the territory, it is lovely to acknowledge the treaty of the area where you find yourself in this province, but that is just a start. There are 5 treaties that make up the entire province, but only 3 of the treaties have First Nation citizens therein. Those 3 are Treaty 6, 7, and 8. The other 2 treaty territories that extend into the province's borders are Treaty 4 and 10, which must be acknowledged because they are often forgotten as treaty land in the province, although cities such as Medicine Hat recognize that they are found in Treaty 4 territory. However, acknowledging treaty has the unintended consequence of including the settler signatories to treaty, especially when we don't identify the nations that have called these lands as a relative since time immemorial. For the purposes of this motion, I will first recognize the territory which we find ourselves here at the legislature. This is Treaty 6 territory. It is shared with the Nehio, Ishka, Niitsitapi, Nakawe, Dene, Haudenosaunee, and the Métis. I must be very clear, however, that I am Nehio, if you don't know that already. As such, I carry the worldviews of the Nehiwak that were taught to me by my Kukums and my Muslims. I recognize that some of the delineations of territory that I discussed are based on these teachings. With that in mind, I will start with my people, Nehiwak, who have marked this land with our blood, sweat, and tears up to present day. The Nehiwak can be translated as the mighty Cree Nation in Alberta, which finds itself extended all the way from the Rocky Mountains onward to the Alberta and Saskatchewan border, as far south as the Red Deer River, and as far north as the 60th parallel. Keep in mind that the Cree territory is much, much larger than this across our beautiful country. But if you ask some of our Niitsitapi sisters or brothers, or known as the Blackfoot in English, as far south as the Battle River or Red Deer River might be a bit of a stretch. But I assure you, we still recognize each other's encroachments onto our territories in a very playful way, even today. Niitsitapi and Nehio have had a long and fascinating history on these territories. So much so that I've been told by one elder that the reason that there's always so much bad weather out by the Battle River is because there's so much bloodshed and so much tension that still exists there, just north of Pinoka and south of Lacombe. This was because of those wars. However, those days are behind us, and we now find the common foe of colonialism, which has attempted to eradicate both of our nations through law and policy. Now we can make jokes and laugh about the ancient bad blood and focus on the issues that really matter and require our best and brightest to work on for the benefit of the babies yet to be born. The Niitsitapi also claim much of this area as their traditional territory, up to the North Saskatchewan River. But if you ask my Niitsitapi sister, they claim north of the river too, but I digress. Their territory includes the balance of the province south of the North Saskatchewan River. This territory has also been shared with our family of the Ishka, Nakwe, Haudenosaunee, and the Métis. At one time, each of these nations formed the mighty Nehiopwat, or in English, what was known as the Iron Confederacy on these territories. This grouping was a powerful connection that brought our families together to share this territory and organize when non-Indigenous folks arrived. This relationship, although historians have stated that it has disappeared, I'd argue has never stopped. You need only look at the tribal councils that are in place today, including the Yellowhead Tribal Council, a busy and active organization that finds its home in my riding. It is made up of Cree, Ishka, Nakwe, and Haudenosaunee people that call these lands home today. Brought together in the same sacred way with a pipe ceremony. You see, the relationships that are formed by our sacred ceremonies are solemn and long-lasting, because that is our deepest commitment to each other. Mr. Speaker, I bring up the past because it helps us understand our mutual future and where we are going together. Treaty is a helpful guide for us, as everything we do in this House and in our personal and professional lives should be guided by this relationship, as was intended when our ancestors came together to live here. But there have been report after report and recommendation after recommendation from panels. A fact which is not lost on me, that Indigenous peoples are the most studied people in this country, but things do not ever seem to get better despite all these studies. Some of the most recent reports include the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the work done prior to the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford has referenced. But we must also recognize the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited folks' final report and calls to justice. Specifically calls for Justice 15.2, which calls for every person in this country to acknowledge the land which we live on, both historically and today. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous peoples call this beautiful province home and have done so well before Alberta even had the honour of calling itself a province. By recognizing the history of this province, we must also recognize the nations that have called this place home since time immemorial. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford also made the important point that land acknowledgements are not a panacea for reconciliation, but at a minimum, they should declare traditional territories, honour treaty, reflect reconciliation, but most importantly, respect those nations who have called this place home since time immemorial. Yes, there will be many opinions on this small act of reconciliation, but Mr. Speaker, we must lead by example. We must show the world that Alberta is a place that recognizes its history, even when it might be dark, and work to right the wrongs of the past. I urge the members of the House to be on the right side of history and demonstrate to Albertans that we respect the original peoples of the land and restore territorial acknowledgements in a robust way that acknowledges not only treaty, but also the nations which have called this territory home since time immemorial. Exemaga Nanaskamon, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, are there others? The Honourable Member for Wetaskiwin Maskwich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for bringing the motion forward, and also thank you, our member, for your heartfelt response on the amendment. Mr. Speaker, I am in favour of the amended motion. It speaks to the important recognition of the Indigenous people in Alberta, as well as all across the country, and land acknowledgements are an important way to pay respects to those with whom we share these lands, and to recognize who have acted as stewards of the land for many years. It's also important to practice and acknowledge and bring awareness to Indigenous presence in everyday life now and into the future. Mr. Speaker, recognizing and paying respect to the lands that we share is an important step along the path toward reconciliation, and our government is committed toward walking that path alongside Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, the word reconciliation gets thrown around a lot these days, and rightfully so, but what does it really mean? Well, my good friend Wilton Lillychild, he always calls me up and says, "Minister, what's your action? What is your reconciliation?" That's why you hear me use that word a lot. And I think it's an excellent depiction of what this government is doing. This government is taking action. Alberta's government is making strides in many ways towards reconciliation with Indigenous people all across the province. And as the Minister of Indigenous Relations, I like to identify two sorts and two categories is what I call them. One is economic reconciliation, vital to bringing Indigenous participation into the economy, creating jobs and generating revenue and prosperity. And it's important that Indigenous leaders and communities have a seat at the table when it comes to economic development. Then we have what I like to call cultural reconciliation, which covers many of the social aspects and issues surrounding and infecting Indigenous communities across Alberta. When it comes to economic reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, Alberta is leading the country. Mr. Speaker, last week I was in Ottawa with all of the leaders from all of the provinces, and Alberta by itself is doing more than the rest of the country combined, Mr. Speaker. We're doing an amazing job, and I'm so proud of what this government is doing. We're paving the way and setting a real example for what true economic reconciliation means, and we have a number of initiatives in place to advance this. These include the programs like was spoken to earlier by my colleague, the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation, which is a multi-billion-dollar loan guarantee program that provides Indigenous communities with a chance to gain equity in major projects happening in our province. Since its launch, it's backed more than $500 million in investments, benefiting nearly 30 Indigenous and Métis communities in Alberta. The AIOC is addressing long-standing barriers to major Indigenous investment by reducing the cost of borrowing and increasing the amounts that can be borrowed. In early 2022, Alberta's government expanded its mandate to include major agriculture, telecommunication and transportation projects and related infrastructure. Just recently, this government announced the doubling of the AIOC's loan capacity limit from $1 billion to $2 billion, with another increase to $3 billion coming for the upcoming term. With this increase, Alberta's government is positioning the AIOC for future success and signaling to industry what we're doing here. We want to give the ability to support an even larger investment if the low-risk deal with significant potential benefits happens to arise. We are signaling that to industry that Alberta is at the place for prosperity, and we want to ensure that Indigenous communities have a seat at that table. Another great initiative we have in place to advance economic reconciliation is the Aboriginal Business Investment Fund. This is a grant program that helps community-owned Indigenous businesses create jobs and improve social and economic outcomes by funding capital costs for economic development projects. Since 2020, the Aboriginal Investment Fund has helped create nearly 400 full-time jobs for Indigenous people in their communities. And I was so pleased to increase the funding this year by 50%, from $5 million to $7.5 million per year. In budget 2023, ABF grants between $150,000 and $750,000 per project can cover up to 100% of eligible costs, and it is really proving to be a game changer in communities across the province. Mr. Speaker, economic reconciliation is a vital step towards a brighter, more prosperous future for Indigenous people in Alberta, and I'm very pleased with the work this government has been doing to advance this. I always say when Indigenous people succeed, we all succeed. And as I mentioned earlier, the other side of reconciliation that this government is taking meaningful action on is through cultural and social initiatives. These programs and initiatives have a lot of transformational meaning impact for Indigenous people all across the province. One of the most important issues we are addressing is the crisis of missing murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirited Plus people. This is an ongoing tragedy that is affecting Indigenous people across the country, and this government recognizes how vitally important this work is, and it must continue. Alberta's government is working diligently to address and prevent violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited Plus people, and to increase their safety and economic security. Ministries across our government are collaborating with the Premier's Council on Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirited People, which is providing advice to help address this important issue. Members of the Premier's Council have lived experience as service providers and family members of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirited people. Appointees bring diverse First Nation, Métis, and Inuit perspectives from urban and rural communities across Alberta. And I'm thrilled with the important work that the Council has done so far, and I look forward to even a brighter future for Indigenous women and girls. Everyone in this province deserves to live a safe life from violence, and this work is helping to bring that to fruition. This year, Alberta's government also created the new Community Support Fund, which will prevent grants for Indigenous-led initiatives that address or prevent violence and increase safety for economic security for Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirited Plus people. This program will provide $4 million annual grant funding, and I'm looking forward to positive change it will create. I would also like to acknowledge the beautiful Treaty 6 medallion, Mr. Speaker, that is right here on the legislative grounds. Mr. Speaker, within 10 feet of this sculpture is where the actual adhesion was signed for Indigenous peoples and the Crown. It is a great opportunity to continue building on reconciliation and education to Alberta and visitors from all around the world. Mr. Speaker, all of these initiatives, programs, and projects are just a few of the examples of the excellent work this government is doing to advance reconciliation on all fronts. And in the spirit of reconciliation, it's only right and proper that we recognize those who have looked over and cared for this land. It's our hope that this act of doing a land acknowledgement will continue to retain a high level of value and meaning. In other words, we don't want the act of land acknowledgements to become simply performative in nature. And I've actually heard that from some of the elders, Mr. Speaker, that it's the recommendation I'm making to the Assembly through this amended motion, not because I don't believe it's worth doing every day, but precisely because I like to preserve the act, the worthiness of the act itself. So I humbly and respectfully submit that the weekly land acknowledgements will help ensure we show our desire for reconciliation and respect and appreciation for the Indigenous people. That's what we're here for before us, while we're also ensuring the Act maintains some level of novelty rather than simply becoming a box to check. And I appreciate the debate between both sides of the House in this motion today. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation remains a top priority across this government, and my hope is that we can provide meaningful land acknowledgements once per week in this House to continue walking this path towards reconciliation together. Thank you.
Are there others? Seeing none, I am prepared to call on the honourable member to close debate. Pursuant to Standing Order 8.3, the honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford has 5 minutes to close debate.
Hi, Nanaskaman. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for such thoughtful responses to the land acknowledgement from both sides of the room. It's such a strong reminder of the mutual appreciation, the respect and love that we have for Indigenous people and Indigenous culture. It is good practice for this Assembly to make space for a land acknowledgement. It is respectful. It is important to pay our respects to the land and Indigenous people before we set about our weekly duties of protecting the environment and making responsible choices for the land and our citizens. Incorporating a land acknowledgement reminds us of our duty to sustain this land for future generations. We must always work to protect and improve our collective commitment to upholding and protecting the lands and the watersheds. A land acknowledgement is a start, and it can remind us to do this. When I spoke earlier of the power of a land acknowledgement, I said that they have a power to move us closer emotionally and really truly appreciate the land in our hearts and minds. Affection can move mountains. It has to protect them. Moving from reciting a land acknowledgement or listening respectfully to a land acknowledgement is true heart work for all of us. It could lead to meaningful policy and legislative action that protects the land or it could lead us all in our own lives away from the floor of this assembly to the land, to the river, to the water, which nourishes us, each of us, and grounds us so we can be our best selves in this place. I walk my dog along the south bank of the river valley. I know we're supposed to walk our dogs for the dogs, but really it's for me. I love the bush as much as he does. It grounds me. I am happy and I am at peace when I'm out there. I hardly get stressed when he chases a beaver for hours, or a porcupine and gets quilled, or a magpie, or a squirrel. What I am in awe of is how remarkably beautiful this region, this territory is. Right now, since the time of change, the sun doesn't quite reach as high as it used to, and it's often shadier and it's cooler, more damp where we walk. But then the path will creep up the bank and I will come into the full sun. And I like to stop and give reflection and feel the warmth of the sun and be reminded of this work and listen to the whispers, the creaking of the leafless birch trees. I love the land, and I love that I'm a Nehiaw Esqueo, that this is my homeland, and that we're going to acknowledge and recognize this beautiful place. Land acknowledgements do 4 things. They practice respect, they declare ancestral territory, they honor and respect treaty, and they reflect the spirit of reconciliation. Reconciliation work will be ongoing and critical for all Albertans to coexist in a peaceful Alberta, where our relationships to each other, to the land, and to all of our citizens is of value, and it's difficult work that each of us must do in treaty territory. All of our work matters. This work matters. But let's not forget what sustains and nourishes each and every single one of us, and that is the land. Hi, hi, Aksay.
Yeah. Honourable members, on motion other than government, motion 502 as amended, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The Honourable the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a wonderful conclusion to a very productive evening. Congratulations to all the members who spoke very eloquently on the motion put before this Assembly. Given that we have just a few moments left, I would like to motion for an adjournment until tomorrow, November 21st at 1:30 p.m.
Heard the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1:30 p.m.